Boa tarde. Ui, não está ligado. Bem, falo sem microfone. É? Já está? Já está. Muito boa tarde. Good afternoon. On behalf of the ICS, I would like to welcome you all to today's conference, What Urban Futures from Crisis to Hope, ICS's 11th annual conference. I would like to begin with a word of thanks to our invited speakers, Alberto Vanolo, Jared Hockey, Evgeny Morozov, who will be with us on Skype, Melissa Lamarca, Jorge Malheiros, and Vanessa Castan-Broto. Thank you all. It's an honor and a pleasure to have you with us. I would also like to thank and congratulate the organizers of the conference, Olivia Bina, coordinator of the conference, and her wonderful team, Simone Tulumelo, where are you, Simone? Here. Roberto Falanga, Mariana Liz, back there, Pedro Figueiredo Neto, Alda Azevedo, Marco Alegra, Luís Balula, João Morato, Mafalda Nunes, and Lavínia Pereira. Just two very brief comments on today's conference. First, to underline that this conference not only seeks to promote debate on a crucial issue for contemporary societies, the challenges, risks, and potentialities of urbanization, but it also does this by listening to different social actors, different voices, different perspectives. The perspectives of social scientists working on urban transformations, on urban politics, on the governance of climate change in urban areas. The perspectives of critical thinkers who are questioning, for example, the power of technology to solve the world's sustainability problems. The perspectives of social actors linked to collective urban struggles and community resistance. And last but not least, the views of filmmakers and artists on the process of urbanization and how it is shaping our planet and our daily lives. Moreover, in order to bring together and connect all these perspectives, the conference is also seeking to promote debate by spanning across a broad range of social and geographical contexts. I'm highlighting these different and combined perspectives of today's conference in order to emphasize and remind us of the main aims of ICS's annual conference. Three main aims: to promote an open and critical debate on a relevant societal issue, to advance knowledge and awareness by bridging across different disciplines, approaches, and methodologies, to do this by reaching out to relevant stakeholders and communities in order to advance our understanding of contemporary global issues. The aims of today's conference therefore reflect some important aspects of ICS's research policy and its future research agenda. As a social science institute based on a plurality of disciplines, ICS combines robust fundamental research with society-driven research focusing on social problems and policy-relevant issues, mostly interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary, thereby also involving collaboration within the social sciences, with other sciences, and with other social actors. This combination of strategies of knowledge production also underpins some of the emerging research topics of ICS's future research agenda. Sustainable urbanization is one important research topic. Local strategies for coping with the effects of global climate change is another important topic. Human relationships with technology and nature in contemporary societies is a third emerging topic. ICS research on sustainable urbanization is seeking to theorize the urban dimension of the Anthropocene and its crisis, as well as focusing on the current challenges of equitable and sustainable processes of urbanization. The ICS research team working on these issues has recently set up an interesting urban hub. Its aim, I think, is to promote debate within this broader approach to research on sustainable urbanization by ensuring the contribution of different social sciences and by ensuring that the urban issue is broadly framed within interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approaches. My second comment is on the topic and the title of the conference itself. We all know that there's a growing global consensus concerning the planetary nature of urbanization, the progressive urbanization of mankind. Cities are the places where the impacts of climate change may be the most effective, and we have witnessed this through the impact of hurricanes in New Orleans, in New York, in Beira, in Mozambique recently. Cities are the places where new technologies are changing social and cultural life and labor relations. Cities are also the places where new democratic experiments happen and flourish. Cities are also at the center of politics. Political discussions are focusing on the emergence of global cities as power nodes. And all this means that the process of urbanization has become central to the social sciences. Through the lens of the urban, the social sciences can appreciate not only the nature and size of today's global challenges, but also the possibilities for shifting towards more sustainable and just futures. However, I think there's an additional challenge for the social scientists that we have to take on board. The fact that the urban and the progressive urbanization of mankind is surrounded by signs of anxiety, by signs of perplexity, signs of fear. And the organizers of the conference have, I think, tried to express this in the subtitle of the conference, From Crisis to Hope. Well, you'll probably be discussing this during the conference, but during the film sessions, I identified at least two signs of perplexity and anxiety. The first is related to science and technology. There is a deeply rooted idea that as society is becoming technological, all things that are technical are more or less the same. They're all inspired by the same inhuman principles. And I think this is a ghost that is always hanging over our heads, in particular, of course, since the nuclear threat. And we all know that, that science is a battleground. Science is not neutral. So I think that as social scientists, we have to understand how social actors and how politicians are dealing with this, how technology is being seen both as a problem and as an opportunity, what are the perceptions and attitudes that are emerging, and how this may be shaping urban politics. The second sign of perplexity and anxiety is related to the issue of social exclusion. How can cities invest creatively and generously in transforming exclusion into inclusion? Are immigrants, for example, being considered as a problem or as an opportunity? As social scientists, we can also contribute to this debate. To what extent are cities prepared to invest the money and resources needed to transform this problem into an opportunity? So I will leave you with these signs of perplexity and these questions. Thank you all once again for participating in this conference today. I wish you a productive and inspiring discussion this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen, also for opening our initial part of the conference, which started on Monday. I will not repeat then all the thanks that you've kindly already offered, but just a general thanks to the team that has worked with me brilliantly and intensely for the last few months. I want to thank each and every one of you. I want to thank deeply our guest speakers and our keynotes who have taken the time to come to Lisbon, or as we will see, our guest tonight, Evgeny Morozov, took the time to video record himself in order to not miss the keynote that he had promised to deliver. Unfortunately, he is in Minsk as opposed to Lisbon, but he will try to be also online if technology allows us. Now, since Karen has done a formidable task and job at summarizing the main themes, I'm left with very little to do except to say a couple of things that are important to me. The first is that I want to thank Karen as our director and the Conseil de Gestion for offering me, but in general our research group, the opportunity to lead on this annual conference. Every year we have the honor to open up a space for one of the topics that the Institute is developing. And the timing was particularly fortunate for us because when I was asked, it became immediately an opportunity for the research group that has been working to reorganize itself in, let's say, thematical hubs or structuring our core areas of work. So it's been the opportunity of organizing this conference has coincided with the need to think of ourselves as a team that works on the topic of urban transitions. And so we did basically was two for the price of one, because basically we had to think what is it that we really mean by urban transitions and how do we want to develop it in the next 5 years, let's say, as a research agenda. So with this, you gave us the task of having to meet every month and delivering, which is much more easy than having to just think over coffee here and there. So we did that, and what happened is that, as Karen has very well summarized, the topic of urbanization, urban change, and let alone urban futures, which is part of our title today, is a very diverse, it's cross-disciplinary, it's a topic that challenged us as a group in multiple ways. But what we've done is we've tried to think of the conference, the annual conference, in a slightly different way from what is normally done, and we've scattered the theme over two broad approaches and two great continuums of what it is to the procedures and the processes of urbanizations. So we did Monday and Tuesday, we dedicated our evenings to watch wonderful films, both international productions, short films, short movies, that looked at technology and nature, the first continuum that we've chosen for this urban futures themes. And yesterday, we looked more at politics and rights, so to speak, and we had some national productions from Portugal looking at, in particular, the experience of urbanization processes in Lisbon, as Karen touched upon quite nicely. None really gave us much room for hope yet, but we trust that the second part of our conference, which is today and tomorrow, will deliver the seeds of hope, as Future Studies loves to refer to. So that's a little bit, has been a little bit the structure that we've offered. We wanted to include arts. We wanted to, obviously, to focus on the social sciences and their relationship with the arts, but also with the sciences and the hard sciences. We are very determined to explore and to promote the contribution of the social sciences and the humanities and the arts in this debate, which is so wide and so prescient and so urgent. So thank you very much. Without further ado, I'd like to ask Roberto to say a few words now on Project ROCK, which has contributed to the funding of the project and is one of our interesting research tasks at the moment. Roberto.
Boas tardes. Good afternoon. Well, it's an honor to open the ICS conference with Karin, our director, and Olivia, the coordinator of the Urban Transitions Hub. My name is Roberto Falanga. I'm a postdoc research fellow at ICS and also principal investigator together with a colleague of ours, Chiara Pussetti, of the Horizon 2020 funded project ROCK. ROCK is the acronym of Regeneration and Optimization of Cultural Heritage in Creative and Knowledge Cities. This project started in April 2017 and will finish in April 2020, so less than 1 year. Our consortium is composed of 32 partners from all around Europe, including public and private agencies from 10 cities in Europe. 7 of these 10 cities are considered as role models, so cities that can show their best practices in urban regeneration, and 3 cities are considered as replicator cities. The 3 replicator cities are Bologna, Skopje, and Lisbon. The ICS is the academic partner of the municipality of Lisbon, and together we are promoting wider engagement of local agents, including enterprises, local groups, and residents from a neighborhood in Lisbon called Marvilla. The ROCK team agreed some time ago, some months ago, about with the Urban Transitions Hub to collaborate in the organization of this conference, because we do think that this project, the ROCK project, shows some of the emerging opportunities, challenges, and risks of urban regeneration and local development and the future of the cities, of cities like Lisbon, but also of the private neighborhoods like Marvilla. There are multiple crises which are ongoing in Marvilla, like socioeconomic cleavages, which are getting harder and harder in this area, but also the question of new sustainable mobility between this neighborhood and the rest of the city, and also the right to housing as one of the emerging issues of Marvilla, but I would say of Lisbon as a whole. So our questions concern, for example, if urban regeneration can be considered as a hope, if the participation of local groups and local residents in urban regeneration can help envision the best future possible for this neighborhood. And these are some of the questions that we would like to discuss with you, with the speakers, with the participants, with all of you in this conference. But before leaving the stage to the speakers, I would like to inform and invite you all to visit the multifunction room, Sala Polivalente, which is just in front of the auditorium, the room where we are staying now. In that room, we organized a small exhibition that seeks to tell a little bit of the past, the present, and the future of Marvilla. And we decided to mix some of the outputs and the outcomes of the initiatives that are being funded by the ROCK project, together with other initiatives that are being led by the local communities and residents on their own. Because we think that together they provide a wider and broader understanding of what is going on in Marvilla and maybe in Lisbon. Just to say that the room will stay open the whole afternoon, today and tomorrow. So a small change on the program. You are invited to visit the room, for example, during the coffee break. We will be more than happy to show you and explain the rationale behind this exhibition. And before concluding, I would like to really thank the ICS team working in the ROCK project, and particularly Vitor Barros, who has designed the whole exhibition, and Mafalda Nunes, Francesca Berardi for their help yesterday and today. And also I would like to thank our partners, our local partners, the Municipality of Lisbon, the Library of Marvilla, the school Don Dinis, the community group Quarto Crescente, and also the local association Res du Chão, and also the gamers that participated to the game jam, who are here in the room, and that will be more than happy to show you their video games on the past, present, and future of Marvilla. Thank you very much.
With the debate and our speakers, and then I can do that.
happen when inviting artists. Hello. Just in time. Perfectly. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Karin. Thank you, Olivia. Thank you, Roberto, for the introduction. Welcome to the first session of today's part of the conference. And well, let me just add that, I mean, the fact that this conference has been a real collaborative project has been really thanks to the fact that Olivia decided to make it a collaborative process. She could have made a conference. She preferred to make it a process through which we co-created, as it's fancy to say nowadays, this process. So I think we are all, I mean, I'm speaking for myself, but I think all of us in the Urban Transitions Hub think that way. That being said, the issue of today is mostly the relationship between technology and the urban. And we're going to start with a debate. The idea was to making a debate that was somehow inspired on the Anglo-Saxon and American, North American, for its approach to debate, having two different statements for opening up the discussion, then intervention of the public, and then a closing remark. Well, the two statements will be provided by Alberto Vanolo, who was a professor of political and economic geography at the University of Turin. Well, his book is entitled City Branding, Urban Imageries and Ghosts, and is published by Routledge in 2017. And he's been working a lot on issues, smart cities, and I think he's going to go through that channel for his statement. After that, Jared Alkey, he is a founder, together with Sofia Oliveira, of CADA, which is a Lisbon-based arts group which makes software for exhibition and the public realm, which was created in 2007. They've exhibited across Europe and in Brazil, and they're also organizers of an amazing lecture series which is called Human Entities, which this year is almost over, but I hope you're going to keep doing that in the next few years. And then after the discussion, Andrea Pavoni, postdoctoral fellow at Dynamia Set at the University Institute of Lisbon, and fellow at the Westminster Law and Theory Lab, and the author of Controlling Urban Events, who just came out last year, will wrap up. So the idea is that instructions, the two statements are going to be 10, 15 minutes max, and I'm going to kill you after 15 minutes, because we want to have an engaged debate of the public. I'm going to request everybody not to actually make questions, though we're not going to say, no, don't say questions, but the idea is keeping up with the debate, trying to engage, keeping engaging with the two opening statements and against the opening statements, if you feel so, and in debate with them. Andrea will have to resist during the first hour and 15 minutes, so he can say everything that his mind will speak in the final 15 minutes. Does it sound okay? Okay. So, without further ado, our first statement is by Alberto.
Now? Okay. Thank you a lot. I'm a geographer from Turin. I mostly work with human geography and cultural geography and urban studies. And what I'd like to share with you is a reflection on the location, the position of the smart city regarding the categories of space and time. And particularly, I will try to focus on our relation as human beings with this location. And for this purpose, I mobilize the categories of waiting, remembering, and forgetting the smart cities, a provocative way to frame this ambiguous relation. And I'm using some images because I love images, but I'll be quite disconnected from the images I will show you. And of course, I will stay into 10 minutes. Now, the point is, in my speculation, that Many smart technology. I'm referring to the smart city, but we can refer to technologies in general. My take is mostly on the urban form, the visible, the material environment built out of smart city projects. And most of the smart technologies have quite an ambiguous relation with time and space. Let's start with time. Well, it's clearly many of these technologies are actually present, refer to the here and now. In this picture we can see autonomous cars or driverless cars, so let's keep these terms as synonyms for the moment. And well, we all know they exist right now, but they clearly belong to the future somehow. I think most of us have not had any kind of experience about driverless cars, and I'm pretty sure we will not. They will not really change the way we move in cities in the near future. The technology itself is not that clear. Are we going to produce fully autonomous cars, very smart cars that knows how to move, or rather the infrastructure will be smart? I mean, there will be sensor everywhere, and the car will just register instruction and data provided by the smart infrastructure. Nobody knows, even car manufacturers doesn't know, and they're just experiencing about things. Still, the mainstream discourse about the driverless car is that that's an unavoidable future. We just have to wait. This is the sense of my speculation. And this wonderful image about the road to the driverless car clearly frames a linear path towards the future, where the future is just going to happen. Nobody knows when, but it will happen, and it blurs the categories of present and the future. Now, many of these smart technologies can be imagined as reverberation of realities which do not exist in the here and now in strict sense. We can call that as kind of simulacra, which means they are copies of a thing which has just to arrive, which belongs to the future, which becomes truth in their own right, and which are virtualized and communicated through a number of technologies. Now, these reverberation from the future are clearly suspended in time, as it is not clear when is the future. And it is not a coincidence in this sense that many smart city projects look incredibly similar, which means, in my metaphor, they remember many futurological projects which definitely belongs to another time, which is the past. This is the image, a pretty famous image about Fuller's project to cover Manhattan with a dome, and that's the image from '58. And many American cities were quite, oh, sorry, okay, this is about things remembering, which seems to be located in the past. And this is the image of the project to cover with a dome Manhattan. And there were a number of American cities which seriously produced plans about this kind of project. And which was the aim? The aim was to regulate climate, which means you can have rain whatever you want, and you can have the temperature you like, which means it's more efficient to heat the dome as a whole rather than having a separate heating system for each house. Now, this kind of vision is pretty dilated in time. You can have a reverberation of these kinds of images, which belongs to the past, in a number of slices and trajectory over time. This is an image from Spaceship Earth at the Disney theme park in Epcot in Florida, which has been built in 1982. And Epcot, it's interesting, the acronym stands for Experimental Prototype of Community of Tomorrow, which that's an utopian project, and that's a celebration of technology, advancement, life which will be in the future for the human beings. And this is an architectural project, which is Bubbles, which has been designed by a company which works in London, Beijing, New York, and Dubai, which means it's quite global. And that's the project of regulating microclimate and cleaning air inside these domes with the project of distributing, which means selling clean air to the buildings in the nearby. And this is the project of the expansion of the Mall of the World in Dubai. The Mall of the World is a huge shopping mall which already exists in the area now, but the project is to build this huge dome in order to make it the biggest covered shopping mall in the world. And it's in development. Now, these processes of fetishization of the future are clearly political because they obscure certain possibilities. They frame a linear path for the sake of a tomorrow which has been mostly set and defined by specific groups and subjects. The narrative of the universal we are facing the problems of the future. We are facing, let's say, climate change is, of course, an invention which obliterates positions of power, strategies, hierarchies in this production of space. In this sense, the concept of smart city is also imbricated with ideas of homogeneity, of rationality and universality, which have probably much to do with modernist thinking, and which simplify and flatten geographies. Of course, we all know that there are many different kinds of smart cities. The kind of smart city which is discussed and proposed and is on the way in India is probably quite different from the one you can find in Latin America, rather than China, rather than in Europe, when we always see as benchmark references cities like Amsterdam or Copenhagen. And we also know that smart cities will probably not arrive and will not develop as such, but rather they will develop in spatial experiments, fragments, bits and pieces, islands of high technologies in oceans of technological divides. Still, we are somehow producing these smart city global narratives, implicitly intending the smart cities as a unifying concept, be that a scary project, a problem, a global promise. Still, we are producing this unique narrative of the smart cities. We are shaping our urban, global, planetary gods and fetish. Or maybe we are, better to say, we are shaping ourselves as gods through the design of smart city visions. And we produce these through this kind of benchmarking analysis, for example. We have a number of charts ranking cities from the smarter to the dumbest. And this implies that we are producing a unique vision of the smart city in many ways. An entire cosmogony has been generated out of smart city thinking, one which plays, of course, with imaginaries of utopia and dystopia, apocalypse and salvation, freedom and slavery, fear and pleasure. And the smart city takes forms to models, projects, apps, and representation that in many ways monopolize urban thinking, potentially locking down the scope of relationships between people, cities, materiality, knowledge, and technologies. All the images I showed you are about this locking down, and this incredible picture has been taken, believe it, from European Union website on the smart agenda. Is that really the vision of the smart city, which is in the mind of European Union, which is so similar to the kind of vision you can take from old science fiction books? Now, my statement, therefore, is we surely need solution technologies, and we need better cities in any way, but are we sure that with this continual plays with waiting and remembering do not obscure our possibilities to simply forget about the smart city and to choose to opt for other directions in the development of cities? Thanks.
Thank you, Alberto. I think you opened many things that deserve debate. So, Jared.
Hi. Yeah, I don't have a PowerPoint, and these are a kind of very general statements and observations that come from working as a member of an art group. As a member of this art group, I make pieces of software that are of technology, obviously, and about technology. And in doing so, we kind of probe into industry models of as Alberto said, these models are floating around, and they're quite difficult sometimes to kind of capture. So part of the motivation of the work is that the work is defiantly playful, but in making the work, there's an implied politics and an implied social scope, so to say. Sorry. Yeah. In doing the work, we hit upon issues that we can't deal with in the work because that would put too much pressure on the work, and those issues go into a program of talks, which someone mentioned before, so where people deal with those issues seriously, in a way that we can't. And also in making the work, we produce workshops as well. That's just another output, and these workshops are fundamental for our work in as much as they exist as a model for saying to students normally, or more recently, on MAs and BAs in art departments, that you can do this work too. It's not necessarily kind of out of your grasp, and it's not so complicated necessarily. So I have a sort of title for this talk, which is Tricky Customers, and I don't really, I'm not going to explain that necessarily, but I hope it's kind of inferred at the end of it. So, as I said, our work sits in a triangle between, well, it exists in relation to art with a capital A, so that's an institutional idea of art, an institutionally bound idea of art, where individualized forms of production are central, and there's also a coupling there of reflection and experimentation, two things that we hold very dearly to our work. It also exists in relation to startup culture, so that's people making, software engineers making the stuff that's in the market, which is essentially at the moment a kind of Lego set of libraries. And this is where the smart city's kind of being made and manufactured at the moment. It also exists into a kind of wider sense of what you might call a democratization of culture. That is, cultural practitioners who are working outside art with a capital A, people using collaborative methods, often with technology. And I would say that area there is particularly well suited to the challenges of a changing world. Not entirely, but particularly. So my statement would be that part of the problem is that there's a disconnect between this type of activity and what I would call the people giving cultural direction. So I'd say the curators, the policymakers, people who are using examples of artwork and plotting the relationships between them. And it seems to me that within this triangle, like the third face there, the practitioners have this kind of know-how that isn't really appreciated by people giving cultural direction. And I would say that the reason for that, which was partly touched upon before, Alberto, was that we're operating with very abstract ideas of technology, and these abstract ideas of technology are coming from the 21st century. So it's essentially that technology in itself is singular, and that means that it's a thing in itself, and that idea of technology can be applied right across the board. So instead of looking at the empirical specifics of individual technologies, you come with this idea, this top-down idea of technology, which might have been very useful in the 20th century when we were looking at kind of mechanized warfare as the technology. But in the times of planetary scale computation, the IoT, machine learning systems that interact with the social context in a very ambiguous way, none of this kind of works anymore. So by machine learning, I'm using that as the kind of, well, it's more popularly known as AI. So I would say my statement would be here that we need to really shed this mechanistic image of technology and see it within a social environment. And that means tending to the empirical specifics of each technology. Okay, right. I don't know whether I really need to do this given the time frame, but I'm going to do it anyway. And this might be a bit boring and maybe didactic for some. I'm sorry. But anyway, I would say there are 3 principles now for demystifying computational environments, which you could call smart cities. One is who is doing the learning. And this is like, in our workshops, this often comes as a kind of surprise to people when you say it's actually, the environment now is made up by machines. And in 2017, the number of connected devices to the internet surpassed human beings, and that is often kind of not acknowledged. And I think that's a really important point. I'm sure you all know that. But now I think we're looking at, say, like 20 billion connected devices. And not all of those are smart, obviously, but with 5G and the way machine learning techniques are evolving, it's quite easily to see how the proportion of numbers that have devices that have a kind of internal mindset, so to speak, will rise rapidly. And whereas when we first started doing the workshops, this was like a business-to-business kind of problem, now it's consumer devices that are really driving that sector, and there's a lot of money to be made there, obviously. So this is for us, this is a new technological landscape. We're talking about embedded intelligence, and that is devices with an internal world that in some way determine their behavior. So that's who. So all I'm trying to say is that it's not just humans anymore. We're sharing this environment with machines, and that might be obvious. But what are they learning? I'm sure most people have heard about this too. They're learning about us quite clearly, and they're also obviously communicating between themselves. And this is kind of, I mean, I'm sure everybody's felt this too, the sense that the technology industry wants to pass everything. I think this is summed up with the Cisco Internet of Everything idea, which if you look at any of their graphs, there's a beautiful one from 2012, where at the end of this, Internet of Everything, people, processes, and data and things are all on the same ontological level. And that kind of fascinates my partner, Sophia Oliveira, as a sociologist, that people are there with data and processes. So it's the human factor. So I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that the tech industry really does see humans as data sources. I mean, they really do. And then why is this so important now? I think it's now. I don't think it's necessarily a thing for the future. It's because as you can see, Bristol City Council, which is a very big council, it's a Labour controlled council and fairly right on in many ways, last year decided, for reasons of cost, to migrate their IT to AWS, which is Amazon Web Services. And this is where Amazon is making the money now. It's going around the world with a kind of series of competitions to try and incentivate town councils to migrate in such a manner. Now, I don't necessarily think this is a problem in the case of Bristol. I have to say this because the data, they're smart enough to know that the data needs to be sovereign, but there's a problem with data, as everybody knows. It gets very blurred. Anybody who's used iTunes will know the difference. You know, as it's on one level, it's like the product and it's the platform are so welded together that sometimes that gets a bit difficult to separate. Anyway, as I'm trying to say, the case with Bristol, I'm not necessarily worried about. I'm sure they know what they're doing, but the way that Amazon's pushing this is a bit more problematic, given at the moment they're like the 3rd biggest provider of cloud services. So that's how they're learning. So what they're learning, rather. And then how are they learning is my next point. And this is a bit complicated. I don't know whether I've got enough time. What am I doing for time? 6 minutes. 6 minutes, I'm doing all right. So yeah, they're learning increasingly through algorithms, which I'm sure we've all heard about. It's obviously essentially recipes to allow computer to solve problems. I won't bore you anymore with that, except the fact that machine learning is really taking off now. So the reality of a smart city is becoming much more present. So the sort of distance future is really kind of shaping up now. And by machine learning, it's really actually a metaphor in itself that many people are critical of. Like, for example, Lucy Sushman is very critical of, because the idea of learning is obviously a human attribute. Yeah, she's very. I mean, she's actually one of the pioneers of human computing interaction. Is very against that, as many people are, because it obscures the idea of what's actually going on here. It's like there are these very, very complicated snippets of code that are being embedded into all sorts of parts of the environment. Anyway, so just to say quickly that machine learning comes in various types. Obviously, it's what's behind separating your spam from useful emails to non-useful emails. It's used in high-frequency trading to decide yes or no to buy. And then there are more sophisticated algorithms that might be used in care robots, for example, where a spoon is being navigated into somebody's, into a moving mouth, let's say. The problem with the best match algorithms is that they're on and off like that, and you don't want those coming into social life too much, but they are. I mean, and I won't give examples of that, but it's just the speed. I mean, recruitment services, for example, again, Amazon famously used this to try and recruit based on just feeding in loads of CVs into this machine learning system, and it didn't work because it was just recruiting men. So anyway, so why is this happening now? Because we have big data. Now we've got so much data, we can feed these machine learning algorithms with so much information that they actually start to make fairly intelligent decisions. We've got these cloud services, and more specifically, we have these GPUs, and the GPUs, the graphic processing unit, which comes from the games industry. So we've got these really, really fast processing units which allow us to just crunch this big data down. And then there's a mindset change within the engineers. And the engineers now have actually started to go away from this model of what they call good old-fashioned AI to this machine learning model. And what's so distinct about the machine learning model is that the actual models themselves, the data models themselves, are coming from the data. So it's really a question of just like feeding a machine with loads of data, and then the hypothesis is generated by the data. Again, I'm sure we've heard about this, but that means that if there's any bias in the data, the biases get amplified like drastically. And for good and bad, I have to say. But there's a problem with it, because we're using big data, the data there is always data from the past. So there's no real ambition in that data. There's no vision in that data. It's just what we already know. And that's obviously a human construct. So I would say that the problem then that we're facing here is, this is more for policymakers, people like you, is that these models, because it's machines inferring the hypothesis, we don't know how it works. And we're talking about layers and layers and layers. I mean, hundreds of layers of neural networks. No human mind can see what's going on there. So it's completely inscrutable. And I would say that that's one of the problems. And actually, going back to the self-driving car, that was actually one of the problems with the 2016 Tesla crash, is that initially they didn't really know what had happened. So the problems that I would say that's probably the main problem, and the second problem is that this is proprietary software. It's big tech rolling this stuff out, and it's happening now. Which we just need to be. There needs a much more oversight, maybe there. I don't know. Obviously, there are good things to come out of this. There's universal translation, there's medical diagnosis, and as Kenrick McDowell said the other day, he's the lead at the Google Artist and Machine Intelligence program. Maybe once we get over the bad stuff and we've regulated it, there will be some value in all of this, and it will actually start to reflect back our patterns of behaviour for good and bad. Like, so when an individual goes to a psychiatrist to see their patterns, this could be done in a more collective sense. Okay, right. So that's the kind of nag and the boring bit, maybe. And I'm just trying to say here, really, that we suffer from. I mean, everybody suffers from the shared problem is that this stuff is so damn complicated. It's very difficult to fathom, and that in itself is a kind of political problem, obviously. So most people don't get that an algorithm, it's certainly not a discrete entity. It's often authored by several people. It's distributed across networks. It's distributed across programs that might be running on different computers and possibly different locations. And they're often embedded in the social environment. And the logic there is that this stuff needs to be invisible, seamless. And the industry is always, Apple famously there. This is coming from another idea that's comes from within the industry, is that we need to make this technology invisible. Now, this is the first time in our history that we've really needed to make this invisible, right? And that's actually in itself a problem, because we can't see it, obviously. And then secondly is that the jargon around it is deliberately complicated sometimes from the industry. I'll skip the bit about the media polarizing the problem, but just quickly I'm going to tack on a little example of our own work, because when I was talking to Mafalda Nunes and Victor Barris the other day, it just popped up in conversation. 10 years ago, CADA made, in collaboration with the Faculty for Sciences and Technologies in Nova, in Caprica, a piece of software that was designed to run on mobile phones. It was a pattern recognition piece of software that was designed to privilege deviation from that pattern. So it was a pattern recognition software designed to measure oneself's pattern against oneself that would deliberately privilege novelty, shall we say, in terms of time usage. And why I thought that was relevant is because there's a kind of rough parallel there with the derives of Guy Debord, and I think one of the ways that we can kind of, I wouldn't say necessarily refuse, but we need to kind of at this point think about what's happening in terms of the way that our environments are being ever more kind of restricted, is to kind of maybe revisit the idea of play and the derive. And the reason for the context of this conversation is because they were talking about urban interventions, and I was saying that part of the problem is that often these urban interventions are very heavily scripted. So this was a piece of work that existed in the software space that was kind of doing something that could be done, maybe to resist and create kind of a way out. I mean, ultimately I see play as the way out of all of this. So that's my statement.
Yeah, the very fact that, I mean, I think for me, but probably not just for me, for us as social scientists or whatever we are, it's definitely easier to follow Alberto's statement than Jared's statement. That speaks a lot of our problems of understanding many of those things you're talking to us. I mean, not that we didn't understand, but, it took more focus in a way. And that's, I think, is a point. So, yeah, I mean, like, of course, reducing a lot, like Alberto was questioning, maybe we should forget about all this stuff, where you say, well, we should demystify all this stuff. I mean, of course, I'm reducing for the sake of reduction, and you're going to have space to come back to it. But with these two big, maybe, question marks, demystifying, understanding, or forgetting, maybe that's a good point to start debating. Someone can make the mic go around. So, who's there? No. No? What? The first is always the other, so.
Okay, so maybe I take the floor. Thank you for the provocations. They were excellent. I have many issues, of course, come up from the things you've touched upon, because each of them is an hour's lecture. So with that proviso, let me at least start to share two thoughts, since I'm not supposed to ask questions. Is that right, Simone?
Well, it's...
Okay. So... Right. So Alberto, the main thing that I kept thinking of when you sort of gave this overview of the somewhat déjà vu also, but also of the the omnipresence. You touched upon the fact that India, for example, has embraced smart cities, and that in itself is a pause for reflection for any of us who knows anything about urbanization and the rural areas in India. But so my main thing here is drawing upon the future studies tradition, is that smart cities is a formidable utopian project and well presented as such, even though it is received often as a dystopian, and we had a little bit, although it wasn't necessarily smart cities, but for example, Singapore 2065 on Monday, one of the films we saw, was indeed an illustration of what a smart city's gone wrong would look like, underground and all that. That's the first point. And the second point is, which I think is, for us, is extremely important to work on, is that there is a very strong colonizing power from the narrative and the discourse and the images. And you both touched upon it in different ways. And the colonizing of our future is a very serious matter, which we should all be concerned about and be prepared at least to have a view, and possibly something more than a view, as to whether it's going in the direction that we want, or good or bad. I could go on, but I don't want to. Where do I go?
Hello, my name is Richard Wall. I am, by way of being almost a resident translator for the ICS. I've worked for 25 years in translating social sciences. And of course, I've come up against the impact of machine translation, which is a very useful tool, but it's also a very useless tool. It's especially useless in translating ideology or theory, because while it's very useful maybe in a touristic context, if you want to translate posters or instructions, it cannot get to grips with people making an argument. So that's one point I would make, is that as a dinosaur reaching or worried about the prospect of his extinction, I still very much believe in my own judgment as to the argument or the theory that my author is putting across. And the second point I would like to make is about algorithms. There's an article today about David Stilwell, who has just closed his Facebook account on the grounds that merely by putting a like on a post on social media, you are probably allowing the algorithms developed, for example, by Facebook, to reveal your sexual orientation, your politics, whether your parents were divorced, what kind of upbringing you had, and what kind of political preferences you have. And this is, there are daily signs of this kind of thing in emails, for example. Emails that commercial, I mean, a lot of promotional email comes into a Google Mail inbox, for example. Google divides its inbox into primary, social, promotional, and updates. And in the promotional category, it's telling me, for example, how to get my girlfriend back. Well, how does it know that I've broken up with my girlfriend, for example? This is very concerning on a personal level. And just speaking personally, I develop a resistance to this, a kind of anarchic refusal to be surveyed and entered as part of a data object. So thank you, that's what I have to say. In front.
Hi. I like to share a participation that I'm doing in the living lab of the municipality of Matosinhos. Matosinhos is a fund by the environmental founding in Portugal, and is developing several technological innovations in mobility, energy, and buildings. And with these technological innovations, they want to change consumers' behaviors and to promote sustainable lifestyles. They put together innovation startups, engineers, and they want to make that if we have in one place some technological innovations, people are going to change their behaviors and begin to to cycling and going on scooters and so on. And the living labs are fields to political experimentation, to governance, new forms of governance, but this kind of things are not in the center, because what is in the center is to make people be able to share bicycles or scooters, or and the focus on the new forms of governance are not the focus. And I think the Living Lab could be a hope for cities, because they could put all together and put the citizens building our city, right? The city, and changing the behaviors. And instead, what we see is a belief in technological innovations, and the technological innovations will be the solutions for everything. So that's what I want to share.
Want to react, or you want to listen more? Adam.
Hi, Adam Standring here from Universidad Nova de Lisboa. I was struck by something just you mentioned at the end there, and it was something that Alberto said as well. It's this idea of kind of technology, smart cities, data, how it is implemented being political. I think it's a political act, but for me it's the antithesis of politics, because it narrows the options. And I was thinking of an example that just came up today of the way that technology is kind of constraining the alternatives. And there's something that came up in the news today in the UK about the way that there's an organisation which has been contracted by a government department to help student health in universities across the country, because mental health is a big problem. Rather than actually properly funding our mental health services, we're hiring a tech company to really scrape their data so they can highlight which students suffering, maybe potentially suffering from mental health problems, rather than kind of having a broader policy alternative to this. So it's kind of the way that technology constrains politics, I find especially interesting.
Well, that's another good point about these political acts that are not political. Do you want to react, guys? Yeah?
Okay, there are a number of interesting ideas. Some random thoughts, 3 minutes. It's quite difficult to politicize, to bring politics back into algorithms, for example. I think most of people can just trust or refuse algorithms. There is no way I can really understand and subvert and control these kind of technologies. So I can decide to submit myself to the rules of algorithm. I know for sure that if I Google things on the web. Google will register, will react. I'm submitting to a form of control. Somehow, it's really crazy also in terms of reduction of lines of thought. I mean, think about the system of like and dislike. That's really crazy if you think about that. You're hearing Beethoven. Do you like or not? I don't know. It's much more complex. But the question reduces a lot. Now, I want to focus mostly on the urban, on cities and urban life. Well, the sense of what we can name in urban study the right to the city is to include more and more citizens, inhabitants, not citizens, which is quite political, inhabitants in the mechanism of production of space. If I think of the city as my ecosystem, just to come back to the nature without nature and culture dichotomy, which is at the basis of today's discussion. Well, of course, the city is not something non-natural. That's my ecosystem, and since I belong to nature, that's part of ultimately the city is nature. Now, if inhabitants have to have a role in shaping cities, because shaping cities is shaping my life, shaping my behavior, my feelings. My entire life is shaped by the place where I live, where I experience my everyday life. Now, the more I have to trust certain my technologies, algorithms, the more I'm removing from myself layers of possibilities of bringing back the production of urban space into politics. It's very reductionist. Thinking about the translation and how automatic translation reduces the complexity of ideology. I was thinking, as a geographer, if you Google down, for example, capital of Israel, Jerusalem appears as an answer. There is one answer to that question. But we all know in reality that it's much more complex. Now, my problem with smart city is not with technologies in general. Of course, we desperately need these technologies. But the fact that you really remove out of the other possibilities, you name it and you produce that as a subject, the smart cities, by introducing continuously innovation which aims at solving problems we really don't know and sometimes we don't have. I have recently had an interview with, let's say, a policymaker in an Italian city, to keep it general, and discussing about a city which is investing a lot into trying to bring experiments and developments into autonomous cars and driverless vehicles. And it was pretty clear, and apparently they produced a document producing with a list of problems of that city, which are supposed to be solved by these new technologies. And of course the problems were traffic, pollution, you name it, whatever kind of classic, traditional, stereotyped urban problem. But it was quite clear that no one cares about driverless cars and the kind of it was just a way to try to produce an ecosystem for investment and startups, and the smart becomes a keyword in this case of political economy, but it really doesn't have to do in any way with solving problems or bringing back inhabitants into the control of their life or producing any kind of desired specific form of urban living. And in this sense, it reduces a lot sorry, last thing. This summer I met randomly a wonderful book which is entitled Life in Year 2000, which was published 50 years ago. And it was made up of interviews with incredible experts of technologies of that time. And it was divided into chapters about the future of human health, the future of education, things like that. And there was one chapter which is the cities in year 2000, about the urban. And it's quite evident that in many cases, visions of technologies were quite strange, innovative. I mean, some of the provision were completely wrong, others were right. Nuclear propulsion cars, and the point was that in the case of cities, well, that's exactly the same vision you can have today. Still talking about domes going underground or fighting real estate speculation and vertical cities. It appears that nothing happened in terms of urban imagination over the last years, and that's definitely a problem, because building a vision, it's a way to consider other possibilities, other direction for development. And the smart city is definitely modernist as a way of thinking about cities. We all know about the stereotypes, the problems about Indian cities. What are the problems of Indian city? You don't have to have a deep knowledge of India in order to say that it's crowded, dirty, pollution, and inequalities. What's the solution? Build a new cities. And greenfield. And greenfield, of course, doesn't exist in reality because there are no empty spaces. Still, you remove things and you build on this very utopian and modernistic idea that the new smart city will produce the smart citizen and the good society. Okay, I stop here.
You want to comment?
Well, yeah, I agree with all of that, actually. But I would say, yeah, no, I do. But I would say, to pick up on your point and the colonisation, I think it's not just, yeah, I mean, the imaginaries that are created, the visual and verbal metaphors that we have for a smart city are kind of coming in all over the place. They're coming in, I mean, there's a great, I can't remember the name of it, something like A Day of Glass or some weird title, which is really a glass manufacturer. And this was analysed by an academic, Alice Benicia. So it's a glass manufacturer just selling glass, but it's sold through wonder, you know, it's sold through the technology. And this is like a way of softening people up, simply. I mean, it's for it to come, but because of behind the glass, the sensors, you know. But I don't think it's as quite. I don't think it's like this age-old problem necessarily that you can trace from the 60s. I mean, things were fundamentally different in the 60s, and I think the utopian projects of, let's say, Joan Littlewood and Cedric Price at a certain point don't translate to now because of the way that capitalism's evolved. I mean, we've stepped out of the golden age of capitalism and gone into this new form of capitalism where the word efficiency doesn't just come from the tech companies, it's coming from town councils, and we're being said the world would be more efficient if, you know, and this is everybody swallowing this one. We're all swallowing it. And with that efficiency, social ties die, you know, neighbourhoods become different. And, you know, and it's very easy to see, when I say this is invisible, it's obviously very easy to see the corrosive destruction of cities through Airbnb, but it's not so hard, it's not so easy when you're looking at these technologies and the way that they're being embedded in, and boy they are, you know. So there's a slight, you know, the promise of a self-driving car is very real for me, and I'm a bit more worried about it than maybe Alberto, because I do see that that's the way that the industry wants it, and that's the way that they're going to try and perfect human flaws. And their big argument is that 10 years ago there were less crashes, and now there are more crashes because people are using mobile phones. So now we need the car, you know. And these arguments, you know, they're difficult, you know. It's not so easy. But yeah, I do agree on another level that it's I mean, it's ridiculous. We don't really need self-driving cars. And then are you on Facebook? Yeah, right, that's the problem, right? We're all on it. And that is the problem, really. And I think, just to answer in a very, very short statement, I really didn't want to talk about Facebook at all and the problems there with democracy, but it's obviously tilting the playing field. I mean, everybody knows it, but we're still on it.
I have three persons, but well, since you're agreeing too much, I'm saying a thing which is different because, in a way, in regard with how we engage with these things, and it's true that some of them we have to accept them. I mean, like those I know, it's like policing, predictive policing arguments. And there, I mean, if you're caught, and then you can defend yourself in a jury, etc. But then there are the algorithms where we somehow choose to be. And I think there is way of engaging differently. I mean, like, these algorithms know a lot about me. Yeah, but what me? For instance, I'm thinking, like, on Spotify, they probably should think I'm a Brit, depressed 16-year age, because I listen mostly, like, depressive music there. It's not all the music I listen, but on Spotify I listen some specific type of music. So, well, on Facebook, they believe I'm like an old gay, because I receive a lot. I'm not gay. I receive a lot of advertising for gays. I don't know why the algorithm decided that. Gay socialist, you know, like staying somewhere in New York. And I see that all in Twitter, different type. Well, I don't use algorithm there. So, I mean, it's not voluntary. But I see that those algorithms are catching different bits of me, which are not. So, do they know me? Or not? Of course. Do you know do I know myself? Is the good question. And with that, Olivia, Virginie, and Paolo, and then.
First Virginie,
Okay. So Virginie, Paolo.
So I'm a PhD student coming from the Free University of Brussels, and my research is mainly focused on China. And I know you asked not to ask questions, but I have a question, and it's mostly directed to Jared. So, from the beginning, you said you would use a kind of Anglo-Saxon point of view, and you have been mostly Simone, you said it right, regarding all this talk about machine learning, you were mostly focusing on industry, Western, Google, Amazon, Facebook, etc. So here you could have a choice to delete Facebook or not use Amazon and go to a bookshop and buy a book. But for example, in China, you don't have that choice anymore. And with all this surveillance and, machine learning is being used by the state, and you cannot choose to be retreated from it. I don't know if you understand what I mean, but related to how smart cities are envisioned, here in Western democracies, what can we learn from that?
Is that one question?
Yes.
Can I answer that now, rather than going on to the next bit? You're going to go on to another question?
No. So mostly this is my question. Okay. How can it help to reflect on future policies, etc.?
Right. Look to the UK. In the UK for the last 5 years, in the UK for the last 5 years, an individual in the UK gets seen on CCTV 22 times a day. Nobody does anything about it. They don't care. There's no regulation for it. Nobody cares. There are trucks driving around London, central London. Everybody knows what they are, but nobody cares. Obviously, China's, a case in it. It's scary, obviously. But the problem I think we have in Western democracies is that we don't really pay enough attention to what's going on now. That's my simple answer. I don't know. I really don't know. Efficiency, convenience. I've got nothing to hide. I don't know. I'm on Facebook. I'm 68% a woman, by the way. It's not so easy to leave it as well. And I'm not really. I'm only there for my family in a way. I don't really do very much on it. I don't post anything. I think people are aware of what's going on in China.
Because they crossed the street with a red light and they received a fine, almost instantly.
Yeah, there's the Honesty app in Shanghai, and there are countless examples of credit rating and all the rest of it. And perhaps it's quite easy to see how that would pan out here as well. I mean, gated communities. I'm going to focus it back onto the city, right?
Yeah.
When you live in fear, you want protection. So you go to your condominium. What's going on in China is that people have been pulled out of poverty, and they don't really want to go back to it. It's within living memory. So it's a price to pay. Our price to pay is security. So that's how the CCTV, rolls out in London. I don't want a bomb. So, this is fine by me. But there's no, the other thing that makes it more complicated is when now, City of London, a metropolis, is slightly softly worked over by the Silicon Valley mentality of technology first, politics second. It all kind of fits. And obviously what's going on in China is that, I don't know what the proportion is, but 9 out of 12 politicians are engineers, so they know how it works. They can implement it much more quickly, top-down, economies of scale and all the rest of it. None of this democracy stuff to worry about. But I mean, in reality, it's pretty bad what's going on here, really. I mean, really, it's not so good. I mean, I'm sorry to say. Wrong answer, maybe. Don't know.
Paolo.
Okay. Hi. So my name is Paulo. I'm from the Institute of Geography and Spatial Planning. So I'd like to, again, call your attention for the urban future. So obviously we are turning in the urban species, so everyone knows that, right? But for smart cities, they are still in the very young stage, because when we talk about smart cities, we are always talking about smart systems independently. And cities are complex systems, so it means they are integrated. So is there a smart city around there? So that's one question. Another question is based on that nowadays we are still discussing about the new problems that smart cities and technology are creating. Ethics, for instance, access to data, data privacy, and we are very much focused on that. But we still have a lot of old issues to tap. For instance, there is not very much research or answers about these government policies, about poverty, food security, climate change or climate crisis or climate emergency now also, and social inclusion also. Are we still creating the same divide, or are we tackle this issue by using technology and create an urban future? Are we creating actually a future, a sustainable future? And also territory inclusion and get people access to information so we'll be better informed. Cities can actually be smart citizens, so they can actually be part of the process of the democracy or be against some of the conducted ideas for the top-down systems based on that. So pretty much I'd like to hear some comments on this.
Thanks, Paul, because I wanted to link on a reflection we had yesterday looking at the films from the Lisbon, not so much future, but present and immediate future. And the thing that I thought was important for us is that we talk about urban transitions, and we, almost by default, have been colonized as well, or at least I have. So I tend to think of urban transitions all in one direction, speeding towards a sustainable and beautiful future. Of equality, justice, and all that jazz. And actually, I was brutally reminded that indeed, as I think Paolo was sort of trying to bring back to the table, is that the discussion is that despite the successful colonization of our futures by a smart city and and similar imaginaries. We also have transitions, not so much to smart cities, but to very unsmart, poor, unequal, divided cities and futures. And so the point you raise is, can we have citizens participating? And this is the elephant in the room of, one of the elephant in the room of the smart cities, everything, which is that we're nowhere. Because, in fact, humans are nowhere, except that when asked, it's all about our well-being, of course. But it's very rare to have had the involvement of actual human beings in that debate about whatever that well-being could be. And so I think it just makes us think also in terms of transitions, we have to be very wary that things can go one way and they can go another way, or they can go both at the same time and sometimes invisibly so, depending on the looks.
So I have three. He was the first. The guy with the... Yep. Then Lavinia, then you, Roberto, you too. Oh. Okay, and four. And then I think it's enough. And five. You have 2 minutes each, guys. No more than that.
Thank you. My name is Aquiles. I draw for video games. I do concept art. I think I might have, maybe luckily, an answer or at least a small reflection about your Spotify and wrong propaganda problem. First of all, you should be happy because apparently you fooled the system. Secondly, I was thinking, you said it's like you have different people and they are sending propaganda to different people with different tastes. So imagine this, the more people I am, the more stuff I want, right? The more stuff I want, the more stuff I buy. And what if you tell me I have even more tastes and I'm even more people, right? So what's the answer to this? Maybe we do the reverse. Instead of having systems facilitating and telling us what we might need, what if we use the search systems? We do the reverse. I have this problem, I need this item. What do I need? I have this problem, either be psychological or maybe I need a better diet. What do I need? I'll research and then I'll search specifically what I want. That way you most likely acquire the results you want unless they manipulate the search systems to give you the answers they want and not you. But the problem with this is this requires a psychological and a bit of an enlightened effort. You got to stop being lazy, not you, but if we stop being lazy and we search instead of asking, it may solve this problem. Because first of all, this is a product, right? Algorithms are a product. They are made to facilitate, but to generate money. If we prove the supplier that the product doesn't work, they'll stop the manufacturing, or they'll switch to another system. But algorithms have a good side. Maybe in medical diagnosis, safety, like safety for the self-driving cars, they are useful. So I am wondering, is it possible to draw a line between algorithms used to serve and algorithms used to sell? Is that even possible? And if so, if that should be enforced, or if it goes against the freedom of the markets. So I think spiritual and moral dilemmas are constantly tied with technology.
Thank you. So my question is a bit different from this one, because it seems to me that there are two main topics arising from the previous interventions and also from Alberto and Jared talks, and it concerns two things: fear and control. So I would like to maybe question you about what about addressing the origins of fear and of desire to control as a priority for urban politics or policy. That's it.
good afternoon. My name is Monica Prado. I'm from here, ICS, from the Climate Change Sustainable Development Program, doctoral program. And I would like to insert to the debate 3 points that for me are silent during our discussion. The first one is that when we talk about technology, we tend not to think about the natural resources that technology needs to function. And doing that, they don't nobody talks about life cycle, circular economy, and smart cities not smart at all, from point zero. My second point is about technology and disaster. If technology can be very good to provide us, as it did in Chile in 2014, saving 1,430 people to go up to the hill because they received message from SMS to cell phone. On the other hand, in Puerto Rico and 2 cities in the United States from the last fires, the towers for cell phone and technology was just down, dropped down, just shut down completely, and people had to rely on old, low-tech, talk to each other, know each other, save each other, support each other. Technology is zero. My third point is about the smart city and aging people, or the aging world. And smart cities are kind of, or smart systems are developed or are shaped by people that use very well new technologies. But what we're going to see is exclusion from the old people in smart cities, because they, in the transition, we are not taking in account that people don't like technology, as you, like I don't like technology, or people that are not used to technology, and they are just getting out of the smart cities. That's all.
Hello, my name is Thiago, and following a bit on what Olivia was saying, I usually write for a living. And there is a quote by George Orwell in 1984 that always comes to mind when we talk about these kinds of algorithms. There is that the future is, imagine a human face being stomped by a boot. Because when we talk about like smart cities or smart systems, most of the times the message that we see is that the way to make it smart is to remove people and remove the interactions of people. And for me, it's something that haunts me a lot. Like, for instance, the way that we came here to ICS today, because we were making a game, doing a game jam that was related to communities and etc. And that is something that most of the times is being lost. When people are using algorithms on people, is like you were saying, to know their info, to know what they like, to know what they don't like, to try to sell them something. Is there a way for regulations to be put in use to make it more safe to use algorithms in, like, for instance, the safe cars, and to stop making big companies use them in, like, only a way to sell more stuff to make money? It's something that haunts me a lot, and I think that should be addressed to stop the misuse of information, because today information is like the biggest market in everything. People live by selling information, by selling your address, by selling your contacts, to call you every day, to try to sell products and merchandise. So I think is there a way that you have addressed it to try to stop this kind of process?
That's last. Me? Oh, sorry.
Hello. Well, I was trying to formulate some commentary or a question. I think this is both. And I was wondering, because after all these contributions, after listening to these failed visions which we are still trying to pursue from Alberto, or the way technology works these days, mainly as Jared talked about it, and this might seem a provocation, but I actually believe this. Perhaps the future is analog, no? And it's analog. And the question is not about technology, because the stick can be technology. Perhaps it's more about artificial intelligence or digital technology and not technology itself. And in that sense, we could also think about how contestation and how Facebook and other social networks have been used to galvanize unrest in, say, during the Arab Spring. And actually these days, people have to meet with each other because digital technology actually became the opposite. So my question and my view perhaps is that urban or otherwise, the future is analog. Is it? What do you think about it? I would like to listen to something about this. Thank you.
Well, since formally it will be the time for Andrea to wrap up, but I want Alberto and Jared. But since you can't answer all the stimulations, I will ask you the other question, and then in 2 minutes you put it all together. Alberto, should we demystify technology rather than forgetting it?
Okay, there are so many things. I will try to stick mainly to the urban experience and the urban sphere. Well, it's quite evident that the digital, our digital identities, our digital life are more and more imbricated into everyday life, which means it's quite difficult not to try to live a life without getting rid of these forms of control. I mean, okay, you can skip having Facebook, it's somehow radical, but do you really think you can live without having Google or a smartphone or, I mean, even ordinary things in urban life needs you to have a digital identity. And the more and more, this digital identity is definitely changing the way we experience life. And I was thinking about one of the key traits of urban life is the possibility of anonymity. I mean, the entire going to a city, the idea that when you walk in the street, nobody knows you, differently from the rural, where there is this constant idea of surveillance, everybody knows you, strong social ties. Well, you move to a city, and it can be exciting for many people to try to experiment alternative identities, being different things. Think about how much freedom, how a strategy it may be for someone belonging to a sexual minority to migrate, to move to a city and to try to experience things. Now, all these things of anonymity is going to be killed because the more our digital dimension is fully controlled, we betray ideas of safety and security in exchange of freedom. There's nothing new. Freud wrote about that. But this is pushed to an incredible limit, and experiments in China about social credit systems are ugly, and they make terror, but they're not so distant. They not belong to a distant elsewhere. I mean, in every new smartphone, there is a system counting your steps, and if you make 10,000 steps, you're supposed to be happy and healthy. That's we constantly evaluate and computational technology transforms our performance in numbers and reviews and systems. And this is definitely changing urban life. So I don't think we have to demystify at all this kind of technology. On the contrary, we got to be quite aware of this, of the transformation of lives that are going to take form, and a new form of submission. And the new forms, I don't have to discuss about that, but it's ideas of fear and control are definitely relevant, and also ideas of desire. I mean, think about how positionality as consumer is changing. I think how new desires are invented. And the sense of guilt, which is a powerful mechanism. I mean, we are working about removing the environmental consciousness about these kind of technologies. I remember some time ago about statistics about the carbon footprint you're generating just by Googling stupid words. We need not to know that in order to keep on doing that.
I was, of course, asking you if we need to forget all of this, but...
Yeah. Yeah, what's the alternative? I don't know. I think just to kind of sum up, I think going back to your point about Facebook, I think that, I mean, Facebook's also a statement about collective norms. And then the real problem for us with a smart city is that that becomes, you know, the city of anonymity and the possibility of like kind of reinventing yourself when you've got this collective norm that's saying don't do that. And then anybody with teenage children knows exactly what that's like. Is a problem. And I don't think we can forget that. I don't think we should submit to that. I think we should refuse that.
Well, that's a statement. So Andrea now has the very easy task of summarizing, wrapping up this, and not only that, and also giving us some hope in 10 to 15 minutes, Andrea.
Yeah, I felt like Hannibal the Cannibal. No, it's like 1 hour and a half. Like, but yeah, but no. I mean, the first thing is that I think there is a bit of a misunderstanding of this idea. What should we do with technology? We should like it, not like it, use it, not use it. I mean, there's not a choice. I mean, we are not different from technology, so this is not a choice. We should find a way to act, if you want, differently in the assemblage that we are with technology. I mean, there is no separation. And I think this is where I want to go with this very short wrap-up, which I want to start with the idea of forgetting and finish with the idea of play. And forgetting in two senses and going through classic thinking on technology, which is classic thinking of Heidegger, and the idea of Heidegger that Western metaphysics is based on the forgetting of being, you know? And I'm not going into that now, but the idea is that technology, it takes a key part in this forgetting. Because technology fundamentally, Heidegger says, has a danger, and the danger, he calls it Gestell. It means the enframing. It means that technology capture us into a way of framing reality as something which is there and if for us to calculate, to order, to use, to exploit. And this is the danger that for Heidegger technology has. But at the same time, Heidegger says that technology actually, this is not the essence of technology. This is the danger, but the essence of technology is that it tells us something about our becoming with, and our becoming with actually the technicity which make us human being. And now I am a bit pushing Heidegger aside, but this is the key point, I think, that we need to learn. And the classic example that Heidegger does is the hammer, but I will go into that in a moment. When Heidegger talks about the danger of technology, he makes the sample, he says that technology, the framing, the Gestell, is a way to see the world as a picture. And when the first satellite provided a picture of the moon, Heidegger was very scared. He should have been scared for other things before, probably, but he was very scared because he said, well, this is exactly what I meant. The art is just something there for us to take. And to connect to the title of this conference, I came across this quote by Janet Reutemann in her book on crisis, based on Koselleck and blah, blah, blah. And she said, crisis is not a condition to be observed. It is an observation that produces meaning, that secures a world for observation. So what he says is that crisis is actually a lens through which we see the world. It doesn't mean that crises do not exist. It means that the fact that we define them as crises can be problematic in itself because it puts us outside of a situation and simultaneously put this situation in a precise normative line, which means crisis is a crisis comparing to what? To a norm. What is the norm? Is a progressive line. And how to achieve the progressive line? Using technology in a technocratic way, which is, of course, what the idea of smart city is imbued with. The idea of being able to use the city, to use technology in order to solve problems. Now, of course, smart city has two main dimensions, to simplify, or rather two main captures. On the one hand, it's just used, as Alberto was saying, as a marketing plot, just to sell the city and to attract investors and stuff like that. On the other, of course, there are people that say, well, now we should use it for social and for socially positive outcomes. But both are trapped in this fundamental to come back to Alberto and to use the Benjamin idea of the myth, the dream, the past dream of the society. That is, the past utopia of society is actually still working in the idea of past city, and as Alberto very well shown, but this dream it works as a dream from which you are not being awakened yet. And the dream from which you are not awakened is exactly this dream of progress, one single and progressive line. And actually, it's very easy to make a pun, but of course, the problem here is a problem of stupidity. And not only because smart city implies that the city is somehow stupid and it should be made smart, which of course is quite ridiculous. We know the other item that is supposed to be made smart, which is the bomb, not the smart bomb, which is not necessarily the case. But the other thing is that smart city provide what in organizational theory is termed functional stupidity, which is basically the fact of organizational system works better when the individual act stupidly in a functional way, as in not engaging with critical thinking in the reason, the meaning, and the purpose of what they're doing. This allows for smoothing up the organization. And this is exactly how the smart city thinking works. It provides us with effortless possibility to reduce effort, fatigue, possibility to have a comfortable life in the city without us having to critically engage, and of course, with the political element of the city. And this is, of course, the forgetting which is implemented by the city, by the idea, the ideology, if you want, of smart city. Which brings me to another idea of forgetting. The idea of forgetting is still tied to the origin of technology, but is more mythical, and is the myth of Prometheus, which, of course, as you may know, is the god stole the fire from the gods in order to bring to the humanity the secret of fire and thus the power of technology, techne. But of course, Prometheus did that because his brother Epimetheus forgot to provide humans with skills. He provided all the beings in the earth with skills, but forgot to provide humans with skills. So Prometheus had to do this. So forgetfulness and theft are at the beginning of techne, at least in the Western thinking, but the myth of fire, of course, is present in many other cultures as a foundative myth. And fire is particularly interesting in this sense, because it tells us maybe at least two important things. One is the agency of technology, the fact that technology is an alive element, dangerous, and it cannot be fully controlled. The second is the way in which we actually always evolve through technology. And as primatology Richard Wrangham showed very well, it is through fire that human beings evolved as it is now, because fire allowed to outsource digestion onto the cooking process. This allowed to save a lot of energy from digestion, and all this energy went to the brain and to build and to evolve as a very big brain. So there wouldn't be human as we know it without fire, as there wouldn't be human as we know without technology. The process of humanization, or as Simondon would call individualization, always comes through technology. There is no separation. We are always in a socio-technical milieu. And this milieu, of course, is very different from what was before. And Simondon actually, writing in the 60s, 70s, he was arguing, as many others, that Industrial Revolution brought about a very big shift in this socio-technical milieu. And of course, this shift was a shift in which urbanization was part and parcel. And this shift for Simondon was this split between the microtechnics of the worker and the microtechnics of the industrial system. And this split produced alienation. Of course, this kind of diagnosis was made by other thinkers, but the interesting bit of Simondon is that he was arguing for trying to build a new technological humanism which will allow to overcome this alienation. And alienation, which of course, as other thinkers like Bernard Stiegler explained, is also grounded on the way in which our wounded relation with technology produces entropy and dissipation. And of course, Industrial Revolution is based again on fire, the principle of combustion, the steam engine, and the problem of the production of entropy, which of course the Anthropocene is only the definition and crystallization, which by the way shows to what extent it's pointless to differentiate between natural, human, and technology. We are all into what we define as the Anthropocene now. So what to do next then, or how to see, how to understand the new socio-technical milieu which is introduced by digital automation, which of course is a shift, is an important shift, and especially from 1993 with the invention of the World Wide Web. And this process is actually what actually Morozov, which we'll listen to in a while, call smartification, the way in which the ideology of data is basically flattening actually the socio-technical milieu by reducing everything to data that can be collected, gathered, and valorized and sold as well. But what is interesting of this automatization of this, if you want, this digital milieu, is the extent to which what a lot of thinkers were talking about before, like the fact that we are relational and that there is no separation between individuals, and there is an exchange which is a corporeal, affective, emotional, cognitive exchange. Actually, the automation system, the computational, and if you want to talk apocalyptically, the total automatization, actually brings about a materialization of these relations. And this, of course, creates an enormous difference from before. And to be addressed, necessarily, we cannot use the categories of the past. And this is crucial. And this is why interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity becomes fundamental. The extent to which philosophical humanities department, engineering department, and artists can collaborate together and stop being separated and thinking in separated compartment is crucial, because this is the idea of trying to rethink the techno-normativity of our age, and also to rethink what does it mean for need, problem, desire. So the problem of the smart city really should be a problem of how we can navigate through technology in order to decide what are the problems, rather than thinking about solution to problems which are pre-decided preventively. And so to conclude, it goes to the concept of how to use automation, actually, the idea of automation, how to overcome the naive optimism and the techno-pessimism, how to overcome this dimension. And this goes back to the idea of stupidity. As Stigler talks a lot about the extent to which the potential of automation is being hijacked within stupid, as in a social system that actually outsource and exploit and appropriate the energy produced, the collective energy produced by automation, in a way in which, in order to improve markets, in order to make profit, etc., etc. But it doesn't mean that automation doesn't have this power. And the power of automation, Marx said in his famous fragment on the machine in the Grundrisse, the power of automation, the potential, the promise of automation is that of releasing free time, releasing a great amount of time. But Marx was saying different, it wasn't talking about time as in simple play, as in the famous utopias of Fourier, which imagined an utopia in which chicken would fall from the sky already cooked, which is something like Uber Eats is providing now, but yeah, which is not necessarily a very good realization. But the idea of Marx is that this free time should be used in order to improve social ties, in order to improve social engagement. And there are projects which are being made in this sense, and I cannot go into them, but let me just mention there is this Institut de Recherche d'Innovation, which is run by Stigler with Hugh Kui, which are another philosopher. It's a kind of it's run by philosophers and engineers. And what they are doing, for instance, they are working among the project, they're working on an alternative social network to Facebook, which is based, in which participation is based on engagement in projects, which means you can participate only if you engage in project, and then of course there is a lot of complexity in it. But the idea is that how to actually remove the part of these new technologies like Facebook, which is clearly a way to a way of fragmenting sociality and producing mass destruction, and how to actually use the power, the potential of this technology in order to reframe the technological and normative foundation of our society. And just to conclude, another example, which of course is still not sure how it will go because it has to be launched now. It's Airbnb, which is kind of interesting. And it's been launched by this startup based in Italy. And actually, the website is not launched yet, but it's still, people can already enter in, participate, decide to subscribe. And the idea is that to have a system of B&B, of actually hospitality, short-term hospitality, which is based on reconstructing this link of concern between us, between the locality, between tourism, and this, for instance, is by putting 50% of commission to local project, is by setting up a mechanism by which every user can only have one house, can only rent one house, so to dismantle monopolies. And also to have a mechanism in which in which the rules of the actual Airbnb are democratically produced, decided by. But I think this example, which of course can go well and can go wrong, I think is quite interesting because it tells us what is important here is not just to see how to rearrange solution through technology, but also to how to rework needs, desires, and normativity in this socio-technical milieu. And I will stop here.
Wow. Like 2 minutes silence? No, thank you all. I mean, like, yeah, the question there will be, can these projects build up and scale up in a capitalist world or not? I mean, I'm not asking this to you. We're going to discuss about this over...
We don't know if there are alternatives.
Over coffee break. And then thank you so much. I mean, I think it was an exciting debate. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Alberto. Thank you all. And we come back at 6 in 25 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the second session of today. To start, my apologies again. As you know, Mr. Morozov won't be able to be here. He's in Minsk, but we have a video, and he will join us for the Q&A via Skype. We just made a test, so crossing fingers, everything would be all right. And I like to keep my intervention to a minimum because nobody came here to hear me talking. And so I'll just say a couple of words and make space for the rest. And well, first of all, I think that everybody is familiar with the work of Evgeny Morozov on the social and the political implication of technology and digital technology in particular. And for once, I think that we can exaggerate, not so much actually, and say that our speaker is really one of the most well-known gurus on this digital planet of ours. Even though I think that he would refuse, the idea of digital age or something like this, and the title of guru. But apart from Evgeny's status in the global debate on the politics of internet, I think that his work has several great merits, which connect to what we said in our first session. That is that two main things, I think, emerged as general points. Okay, first, that technology is not one, so it's a complex bundle of different protocols, tools, etc., etc. And so, even in this specific sense, we should resist the temptation to conflate a lot of different things into just one easy label, and to add a further layer of complexity relating to the idea of future technology in the future. I think that it was quite clear that a future is not happening. It's something that we build, okay? And we use technology to build our future, of course. And this, of course, means that there are actors and processes, etc., etc. Just to make an example, the city of Birmingham does not have simply a smart way or a smart technology to handle data. They got Amazon. So it's a matter of who does what and in which ways. And the risk is to conflate all things into one. And I think that another thing that came out is that we have experienced a sort of revival of a positivistic outlook on technology. So it used to be, the old positivism used to be about material life, about the things that you produce and you consume. This is more subtle because technology here is a driver of fulfillment. Individual is perceived as a driver of fulfillment at the individual level, at the societal level. So technology will solve our existential problems and will solve our societal problems in terms of democracy, how we cooperate with one another, etc., etc. And I think that these questions, these issues point directly to Evgeny Morozov's work, because his work clearly shows that technological problems are political problems, deeply political. Don't blame the algorithm, so to speak. And second, it clearly shows that the nexus between politics, economy, and technology is today the main battlefield. It's the arena where we will decide how our societies will look like in the future. And while this might seem obvious, I don't think it is. And have a look at what most of other digital gurus are saying, are pushing for this extremely simplified explanation of the role that technology has in our lives, or for example, have a look to the way technology comes up in the mainstream discussion. And I'll add, with a somehow reflexive and sad note, look at how little universities are doing to address this great challenge of our times. So in all that, I think Evgeny's work is a precious guide. So without delaying it further, I'll leave you to Mr. Morzo, and the video, it's about 45 minutes or something like this. Enjoy.
Good evening. I'm very sorry that I couldn't be with you in Lisbon in person. I've been having some health problems, and to be honest, my voice is still quite weak, so I'm not sure I will actually manage to do 45 minutes of talking, 40 minutes of talking, but I will speak slower than usual just to save my stamina. So as I've said, I wish I could have been there with you in person. So it's a bit hard to understand the context of your discussions this and the previous day without actually being there. So to some extent I'm shooting in the dark, pardon the metaphor, but I will still try to provide some broad context and reflections, not only upon the role of technology companies essentially and technology giants, what now is very often called big tech, in contemporary economy, but also in the cities of today, but also try to situate their emergence and their rise to power, so to say, in the broader historical context of the last 40 or so years. And the overall argument that I'll be making, just to make it easier for you to follow, is that essentially platforms, these big giant firms like Amazon or Facebook or Google, they have come to occupy a very peculiar role in the current conjuncture of contemporary capitalism. That conjuncture has historical roots and origins, and increasingly it overlaps this sphere of technology, it overlaps with two other spheres that are as important and as crucial to the continuation of the current socioeconomic regime, namely those of finance and those of cities. And I think that it's really impossible to understand the future intentions of these big technology platforms without situating them at this nexus of not just technologies and data or data extractivism, and I will explain what it is shortly, but also these other two components that of big money and big capital, which essentially funds their expansion and very often funds their losses, which can be quite huge. Just to give you a recent figure, in the first quarter of this year, now that it has actually undertaken its IPO, Uber has reported losses of $1 billion, right? It's not a trivial figure, and the ability to generate and sustain those losses and keep on functioning, it's not just a function of some kind of entrepreneurial ingenuity. It's a function of where global capitalism is now in 2019, and what the investors who lend to Uber this money that it keeps burning expect to get at the end, right? And the second dimension, sorry for this digression, is that of cities, which of course is obvious to any of you who has spent time looking at companies like Uber or Airbnb or Deliveroo, in which a company like Amazon has just taken a major stake. All of them are tied to not just the proverbial virtual cyberspace, but they're actually tied to rather physical locations, right? They're tied to cities. They have a very physical presence. They are, to some extent, also logistical firms, right? And as logistical firms, they are as physically grounded as any other industry, and perhaps even more so. And I will explain in a second why this connection to cities, which is present to some extent, much less in Facebook, at least in the Facebook of today, but is definitely evident in Google, why this connection to cities matters so much. So we have quite a lot in front of us. Again, I apologize, I'll have to be drinking water because my voice is just not very reliable. I'm sorry. But to say just a few words, as I said, about this broader historical context. And this forms the background to the book I've been working on for the last 5 years, actually now, which charts the rise of big tech. I think it's important to understand that their rise, it's not just the consequence of the financial crisis of 2007, 2008, even though it clearly has played a role, and there are very interesting ways essentially to pinpoint the emergence of Uber, the emergence of Airbnb as an industry that has sprung up essentially to help customers on the one hand, but also gig workers or those who manage to actually have some property to lend out to rent out in the case of Airbnb to make ends meet. Right? And this idea that this industry is crucial to the survival of the middle classes hit and affected by the financial crisis, of course, has been fundamental to the legitimization of these firms in the public eye. But I think that we need to actually go beyond 2007, 2008, and we need to look at the broader factors that give rise to those firms, both structurally but also ideationally, right, and ideologically. It's only now in 2018, 2019 that there is a critical attitude towards them, right? Up until 2017, I would argue, immediately in the aftermath of the election of Donald Trump and in the aftermath of Brexit, that the general public started paying attention to this industry as an industry to watch, as something with huge implications for democracy, as something with huge implications for market concentration in the economy. Up until then, it was seen mostly as a benevolent industry, right? And that goodwill, this kind of very favorable evaluation of the activities that the general public has had until then, it was not random. It was not spontaneous, it was not sporadic. I would argue that it was a function of a certain very clever ideological positioning of this industry, which of course would be obvious to anyone who has ever seen Steve Jobs, for example, in action, or who has seen some of the more obscure figures who are responsible for developing this digital ideology, or as some have called it, Californian ideology, but I mean, I would actually say that does not capture all of it. If you've seen these people in action and if you've heard them talk, you would say that they were the original populists, right? That to some extent the rhetoric of Stuart Brand or the rhetoric of Steve Jobs was always about taking on big, powerful, centralized hierarchical institutions and essentially taking them apart, or, which is much more important, giving people and ordinary users and ordinary citizens and consumers the ability to somehow feel empowered, even though these institutions remained in place, right? So all of this bizarre metaphors like the bicycle for the mind that Steve Jobs used to describe the personal computer, or Stuart Brand used to talk quite a lot and still does to some extent about hacking the bureaucracy and hacking the public sector and kind of finding ways around this moribund dinosaur institutions by means of digital technology. It formed a very strong ideational background that allowed this industry to essentially present itself as one of the few, not the only one, but one of the few true sources of empowerment in a world that was becoming more bureaucratic and more centralized and essentially more driven by institutions rather than individuals, right? And this idea that apps are empowering, that individual technologies are empowering, that they can give us what politics cannot give us, you know, and I described that phenomenon under the term solutionism in my last book. It became key to the legitimization of the technology industry, but clearly it was not just about legitimization ideationally, it was also about developing a certain set of business models that resonated, right? And they resonated for different reasons, and I will get to this momentarily. So the broader point to remember here, you know, the reason why I drew on these populist elements of the rhetoric is very simple. It's that we have to understand why it has taken us so long to wake up to the dangers that they pose, right? And of course, it's common to hear, especially if you listen to policymakers, if you listen to a lot of even European policymakers who regularly wine and dine with this technology entrepreneurs and CEOs of big American companies, that, you know, they are the true sources of innovation, and, you know, there is still this expectation that they are the good guys. But I would argue that we will see a lot of very different attitudes among policymakers in the years to come. You already see that in the United States with, you know, supposedly Republican, business-friendly administration of Donald Trump increasingly trying to somehow if not to break up these firms, but to at least regain the sort of tools of antitrust that were stolen essentially from the antitrust authorities in the United States by decades of neoliberal policy, right? And apply them actually not to the likes of AT&T or not to the likes of Disney, but to actually apply them to the big tech, right? And big tech, of course, means just Silicon Valley. It does not mean AT&T or T-Mobile or Verizon for that matter. So to get back on track, I think we essentially have to understand that in the early 1990s, capitalism enters a related set of crises, right? So on the one hand, there is a crisis related to profitability. You know, the global, the world sort of economy no longer delivers under the threat of you know, the energy conflicts and under the energy crises that were happening at the same time, under the overall crisis of the accumulation model that was prevalent at that time. There is something that basically is understood by leaders, by business leaders and political leaders, which pushes them towards essentially finding new and better ways to restoring the profitability that was about to get lost, right, or lowered at least. And of course, we all know that story. You know, many people tell it quite well. David Harvey, but then, you know, many others, and that story is well known, and you can credit that to neoliberalism, or you can credit it to something else. But I think you know, it's obvious that by the early 1970s, the costs of production they increased dramatically, and they increased dramatically partly as a result of factors internal to the capitalist system, and partly as a result of factors external to it. You know, the newly independent states emerged from centuries or decades of colonialism and imperialism. They would like to run affairs as they'd like, and not as their former masters they would like. That, of course, raises the cost of inputs. I mean, we all know this story. It's not nothing. It's not anything particularly new. But concurrent with this crisis of accumulation and profitability, there is, of course, also a crisis of legitimization, you know, which, of course, has also been written about extensively, also at the time, you know, by the likes of Habermas and others. And that crisis, of course, has to do with the fallout and the consequences of the 1968, and it has to do with this continued questioning of technocratic and bureaucratic institutions. Right, and it's in that context that capitalists essentially come up with a very interesting set of solutions, right? And I think that describing it just under the label of neoliberalism, which many people misread as deregulation or laissez-faire, it doesn't really capture, I think, the meat of the problem. And I think what capitalists do is, to some extent, well known. You know, they really try to remove any barriers to the mobility of capital, while, of course, erecting quite a few barriers in the mobility of labor. Again, nothing new there, but this mobility of greater mobility of capital, which kind of emerges as the overall normative and political and economic objective after the collapse of the Bretton Woods, it essentially looks very different from what it looked like in the 1930s, in part because it's also intricately tied to the revolution in information and communication technologies, right? And this revolution, combined with the greater mobility of capital, gives us what, of course, many of us uncritically call globalization, right? Which basically results in more cross-border commerce. It results in liberalization of trade and services. It results in basically the emergence of multinational corporations, which can do pretty much whatever they want, right? And the rules that assure profits to them in the long run, even if there is a change of government, which previously entailed the risk of nationalization potentially and huge losses. That risk gradually disappears as trade treaties are written in a way to make that harder and harder to do without actually having to pay those companies huge compensations. This, of course, is not a victimless process. Right? And we all know that quite a lot of people, especially in the developing world, are quite unhappy about it, because this greater mobility of capital, it's obvious that it leads to premature deindustrialization in many parts of the world, because countries are essentially denied any say in their industrial policy, so they cannot actually develop more advanced sectors of the economy. All of that kind of gets thrown out increasingly, right? So there is a need to sweeten the pill, right? And I think it's this sweetening of the pill that we need to understand a little bit better, because there is this tendency, I think, to view this period, this neoliberal period, if you will, as just a result, as just, an unending, permanent violence and appropriation by dispossession, to use David Harvey's term. And we see it mostly in political terms, but politically kind of negative terms, right? And we assume that it was all done against the wills of the people who were part to the story. We think of violence that it entailed. We think of military domination. We think of violence through law, epistemic violence, and whatnot. And all of that, of course, is true. But that should not blind us to the fact that there were also certain measures and certain policy programs and certain kind of broader ideological projects which made this agenda more palatable, right? Easier to swallow and to digest. And I think here we have to understand and to especially emphasize three of them. Right, technology I have already flagged. Right, this kind of populist aspect that the unfinished revolution of 1968 can be pursued by means of personal computing, and it will make institutions personal, and it will help restore some kind of empowerment to citizens who would normally be excluded from it by this cold bureaucracies. It was, I think, a huge part of the story that we tend to forget when we try to understand the legitimation strategies of global capitalists. But I think in addition to this more kind of ideational component, there was a very pragmatic component. And the argument went something like this, that essentially digital technologies or even analog technologies at the time, they allow to produce things cheaper, and they allow to produce things at scale, and bits and bytes do not cost as much as atoms. And of course, that kind of logic, it all got nicely congealed into book form by Nicholas Negroponte in 1994 in his Being Digital book. But already in the late 1970s, early 1980s, you could get a glimpse of this offer, right? That the more digital we get, the more efficient things will become, the fewer resources we are going to be wasting, and the more business models we are going to create, right? And essentially all of that, as the standard neoliberal playbook goes, will result in increased competition, and increased competition will result in increased knowledge and discovery, and all of that will find its way into the production process, and essentially firms will be competing with each other using the latest digital technologies, and that will undercut costs, because that will allow them to undercut each other, right? So the idea was that the more global we become, the greater scale our technologies could achieve, the lower the cost would be, and the easier it would be for startups and smaller companies that previously were limited just to a single national market and would never become profitable, to essentially seek global markets and global domination and become profitable where it would not be possible otherwise, right? So globalization by itself, and the mobility of capital by itself might have been harmful to the working classes and to peasants and to whoever, but combined with the power of ICT, it would be possible essentially to spread those benefits more equally, right? And what you would get is some kind of lowering of costs of social reproduction, to put it in the terms that you might be familiar with. And I think, again, a lot of people and a lot of organizations and a lot of thinkers bought into this rhetoric. Of course, if I had more time and my voice wasn't so weak, I would have told you a very similar story about two other strategies, which essentially were very similar in their outlook. And in their kind of tenor and in their outlook, and those had to do with finance, right? Where the story was almost the same. That the liberalization of finance and the onset of financialization would not only help us restore, the rates of profitability that were plummeting, but it would also help us do a lot of other things. It will help us kind of put the little person from the street on par with the big mutual funds and investment houses of Wall Street, because everybody would be able to invest and everybody would be kind of participating in the same marketplace of ideas, so to say, right? So you're essentially saying that finance was a great meritocratic instrument. If somebody like, I don't know, George Soros, a refugee from Nazis in Hungary, managed to become a billionaire by playing on Wall Street, everybody can do that, right? And I think there was quite a bit of this rhetoric of social mobility implicit, actually, and explicit very often in the legitimization of Wall Street. You go and you read any of the columns of Tom Friedman written in 1990s or late 1990s, this idea that we can all partake in this great financial game and access to finance has been liberalized and everybody now is on par with Goldman Sachs and Citibank, it was very strong. Right? So, and again, you can see that there was already an element of populism in it, right? This idea, but it's a very bizarre kind of truncated kind of populism. Of course, I don't want to get into this theoretical debate about what counts as populism and what doesn't, but if you go and look at the original American populists, right? Which for me was probably, unless you would like to consider the Russian ones, Narodniki, and that kind of crowd, which appeared on the radar even before the American populists as the more important ones. You can of course do that, but I would stick with the American ones as the best example. And there they actually wanted to do profound structural institutional reforms and changes to put people in charge, to get the banks or to get the bureaucrats or to get those empowered elites out, and through institutional forms to essentially redistribute that power. You can say that was bad, that was wrong, we need the elites, we need hierarchy. I mean, of course, those are all points that could be made and have been made, and that I do not necessarily agree with. But if you look at this rhetoric around both technology and finance, and I would in a second explain also why I think this kind of urban city package, forms the third pillar of this means of legitimation, but also the means of profitability. I would argue that neither finance nor technology nor city/urbanization, they actually wanted to do any of those structural changes, right? The promise of Steve Jobs or Stuart Brand or of people preaching this empowerment through financialization was not that we can throw the elites out or we can replace the institutions with that are hierarchical and bureaucratic and undemocratic with those that will be closer to the citizens. No, the actual promise was very different, that we can leave everything as it is, but get some kind of extra democratization, not by means of politics or law, but by means of technology or markets or finance, actually. And I would argue that it was a very clever project where the promise was that we can actually take advantage of some of this nascent, emergent properties of global capitalism, right? Its embeddedness in financial markets, its embeddedness in technological infrastructures, and its greater embeddedness, if you will, in urban areas. And not only can we make tons of money from these new nascent elements, but we can actually also use them to gain actual legitimacy by means of promising empowerment to people and kind of fulfilling some of that long lost dream of 1968. And I've already spoke about cities, but and you know that area far better than me, I suppose. But of course, it's important to understand that to some extent, cities, especially imagined along the lines of somebody like Richard Florida, right, or some of the theorists of cosmopolitanism, a series, of course, where that element that was supposed to make all the scenes of globalization, the sweatshops, children working in Bangladesh, or exploitation of women in India, or the complete expropriation of natural resources by big multinationals in Africa or Latin America, all of that was bad. But on the other hand, cities was what making us more tolerant and more accepting of reality and more kind of open and cosmopolitan. And of course, I don't really have time to go into how various visions of work and post-industrial transition also helped to legitimize that regime. I mean, of course, it was not just, well, to some extent, it fit rather well under the banner of digitization and technology, right? But that was not the only element there. But you can clearly see how this idea that somehow information technology combined with this great melting pot of all the nationalities coming together, how it was not only making us more tolerant and more creative, but it was also good for business, right? Because people would be having fantastic new ideas, you can then monetize them, and all of that was good. And more importantly, of course, there was also a combination, not just, and some kind of a link, not just within technology and cities, what I have just described, but also between finance and cities, right? And in that second context, it of course became obvious that as finance took on a far greater role in restoring and actually delivering profits than it ever did before, with production to some extent receding, I wouldn't say into the background, but essentially, if you look at the share of financial activities in the global economy and how much they account for total share of profits, of course, the increase between, let's say, 1970 and 2006, before the financial crisis, it's immense, right? So that sector grows disproportionately. But one of its legitimizing functions or mechanisms rather was of course the fact that as people were earning less or workers were earning less in traditional occupations, they could increasingly compensate for it through asset bubbles. Right? And of course stocks and buying stocks in companies was one such asset bubble, and we know how it ended in 1999 with the dot-com bubble. But another such asset bubble was, of course, the housing bubble, right? And of course, cities and this construction industry, they were fundamental to that bubble, right? And to some extent, it's still going on, right? And of course, the context now is very different, and the reason why there is so much money chasing so few buildings and so few pieces of infrastructure, it's different. It has to do with the aftermath of quantitative easing and the overall low interest rate environment. I mean, I don't really have time to go into all of that in the 40 minutes that I have, but suffice it to say, right, that these three pillars, right, which not only made globalization more acceptable, but they also made it actually profitable, right? So digitization, financialization, and let's say urbanization, these three, they could not really ground global capitalism in a sustainable model, right? It was a model prone to crisis, and it was obvious that the prosperity that it was generating by means of asset bubbles, or the low costs or the lower costs of social reproduction that it was generating by means of digitization, or this for cosmopolitanism that it was generating by means of moving all of us into cities and having us live with immigrants who were paid maybe 1/5 of what everybody else was paid, and we kind of decided to disregard that and think that, well, at least they have a better life than they did in their home country. All of those were kind of phantom prosperities, right? They did not really offer a long-term solution to any problems, and arguably you can say that the temporary prosperity that they generated had blinded a lot of people who should have known better. A lot of journalists, a lot of analysts, a lot of intellectuals really bought into this idea that information technology combined with this new powerful financial infrastructure that we've built, and I'm not just talking about people investing in or taking mortgages and buying houses or investing into the stock markets or investing into bonds. I mean, if you really go and study the world of microfinance, the world of impact investing, the world of social impact bonds, you can see that not to mention the derivatives and the complex financial products that are traded on Wall Street, you can see that it's a very complex set of tools. It's an arsenal essentially, right, which has been designed with the goal of helping us to some extent digest this constantly expanding global financial system. And of course, by the nature of its design, this system cannot be self-regulating, right? And the fact that it exists in a global geopolitical system where it's possible that there might soon be a change of guards with China taking over some of the roles, at least in some of the regions, that America used to play. It generates dynamics of its own. Okay, I'm sorry for the interruption. I think the moment I mentioned that China is going to overtake the US, my connection, my battery mysteriously died. Good, so knowing that I'm already into probably 35 minutes of talking, and so I have little time left, maybe I should stop with the historical background, but I think it's essential for you to get this historical background, because otherwise it's very hard to understand how does something like Uber or Airbnb become even possible. So maybe to make the best use of my time, let me start with Uber as an example, because clearly Uber is a company that is very good at one thing, and that one thing is losing money. I've told you already that this quarter only they have lost something like $1 billion. But if you look at 2017, they lost, I think, 4.7 or 4.8 billion. Last year, they lost close to 2 billion. It's a company that perpetually loses billions and billions of dollars, right? And when it goes to the stock market and does its IPO, it's still valued very, very highly. Uber essentially is unthinkable outside of the global markets, essentially, and highly financialized markets that we have now. On the one hand, its only path to profitability is scaling up, and this is what every technological startup wants to do. I mean, the reason why they would like to be a platform is not only because it spares them of heavy capital investment into assets, so they can actually, or physical assets, so they can actually redirect all of their R&D into all of their money and capital investment into R&D, things like artificial intelligence, in which all of these companies are spending a lot. But it's also because being a platform allows them to scale up the operations, right? So you can, and if you really want to scale up the operations, meaning that you can enter not just 5 markets or 10 markets, but 500 markets, it's really essential that you work in cities, right? Because this is where these services get homogenized and where they can essentially be offered in a standard package. Right? And it applies to a lot of other services, including food delivery and others, right? They really need to have the scale, and to have the scale, you need to have this quite regular repeating transactions or activities which can be systematized. So there is a natural attraction to cities, because cities is how these platforms scale. It will be very hard for them to scale in villages or let alone in other types of settlements where the infrastructures are just so heterogeneous that it will be very hard to come up with a solution that will be also low cost. Right? So this idea of scaling up, it's very important, and you do scaling up by cities. But what is also very important is to understand that in the case of a company like Uber, its only chance of survival is become the dominant and most likely the only player in the markets where it operates, right? And they can only do that by essentially spending a lot of money now on subsidizing the passengers and trying to drive their competitors out of business. Right, so essentially it boils down to which of the companies has more money to burn. And where do they get their money? Well, they get their money from idle financial and sovereign funds which, because of the current low interest rate environment, have no obvious outlets in which to invest. So they turn to the likes of Uber, because if Uber's bet pays off, then they would really be the only provider left. And if some of the other things come into place, for example, if Uber manages to develop artificial intelligence system and get rid of drivers altogether, then their labor cost will also go down and profitability will go up, right? But even if that does not happen, as long as they become the only provider of the services in a given geographical area, or hopefully in the world, or in a certain region like Asia or Latin America or whatever, then they'll still be doing fine, right? And that's a very perverse logic, but it's rational, right? The question is, to what extent we are still sleepwalking as consumers, as citizens, looking only at the temporary nice side of things. You know, if you were to look at financialization from the perspective of 1998, it would look great. If you were to look at subprime loans from the perspective of 2006, they would look great. If you were to look at technology from the perspective of before Brexit and before Donald Trump, you would think that, wow, it's great, Facebook, fantastic, that's what everybody thought, right? Then Cambridge Analytica happened. In 1999, the bubble burst. In 2007 and 8, the subprime bubble burst, right? So we are now at a very similar moment, right? But it's not just the matter of Facebook, right? And Facebook, I think, is the easiest of these cases to understand. The more problematic ones are the likes of Uber and Airbnb, and to some extent Amazon, and to some extent Google's urban unit called Sidewalk Labs, because they promise a lot of benefits and they deliver some of those benefits. Subprime loans delivered a lot of benefits. The tech industry circa 99 delivered a lot of benefits. Nobody's denying that they're delivering benefits, right? The question is whether those benefits are just the temporary side effect of competition between big players like the SoftBank, that funds Uber and all of these big firms and all of these big technology companies, or the government of Saudi Arabia, which now is spending billions on subsidizing this Uber's losses, or whether those are some kind of natural occurrences of the knowledge economy, and whether the knowledge economy that we have is already the best knowledge economy that we can imagine. I mean, if you listen to Silicon Valley and its prophets, they will tell you that the knowledge economy we have is the best one that you can imagine. Uber, Airbnb, and Amazon are the best things ever. And the reality is that, a lot of people believe that because they take an Uber car and they think that the reason why Uber ride, sorry, and they think that the reason why it's so cheap is because Uber is magic, and not because Uber has billions from Saudi Arabia to burn on offering its service, right? And I think that most people do not realize that, right now you can maybe justify Uber putting aside precarious employment of drivers and so forth. You can justify it by saying that, well, it provides an extra gig to people who just want to ride after the normal job, and they supplement their incomes, and why not? These people then finally can go and engage in local economic activity and buy newspapers or buy coffee or buy houses, and all of that is great. It stimulates aggregate demand, and it's kind of the sort of privatized Keynesianism that people like Colin Crouch have been writing about, right? You kind of, how do you stimulate and aggregate demand in the absence of government stimulus? Well, you do it by giving people that, or giving them this temporary gig jobs, or giving them the ability to put their apartments on Airbnb. I mean, so I think it is plausible to read it as an extension of privatized Keynesianism. The problem is that all of that is temporary, and Google and Uber knows it's temporary, and Uber does its best to shut down this private Keynesianism as soon as they can, because it's really in their interest to replace those drivers who still go and buy something with self-driving cars, right? Which of course which only exist because which exist and are so cheap to build, primarily because they extract so much of our data and then they use it. And I mean, there is this element which I don't really have time to go into. But I think what you really should remember is something very simple. And it's that essentially in 5 or 7 years, that have a reasonable argument for sharing economy and Uber and Airbnb, well, Airbnb is a different case, but for Uber at least, it will no longer be there. So you will have a global service provider that will control the transportation industry, logistics industry, and possibly delivery industry, which will be controlled by the likes of SoftBank, this Japanese entity, and its investors, like government of Saudi Arabia, and whatever money might have stayed in the local economy and stimulate demand locally would not stay there. Right? And the prices and the fares for passengers would also rise, because how else are you going to pay back, probably $10 billion that Uber has already lost? You will need to raise the fares, and you end up in this very bizarre situation, which I think we are slowly, maybe not slowly, but rapidly careening towards, right? Where all of these temporary good things would come to an end. Right? And once they come to an end, we will discover that the infrastructures that we need in order to build an alternative political and economic project and to build a knowledge economy that is not dominated by big technology firms, where data is not just used to fuel the development of artificial intelligence as a commodity and as a service, but might also be used to actually turn it into a public good of some kind. All of that is impossible because the infrastructures that are required for that alternative project are no longer available because they've all been privatized or they've all been built by private players and they're controlled by the likes of Saudi Arabia, SoftBank. Right? And that's a very depressing story. So, again, sorry for my voice and coughing. Let me bring this discussion to an end. Right? So we have seen technology industry accumulate a lot of power in its hands. As I've shown you, I think you can only make sense of it historically, and the historical perspective on why that happened and how come it has not generated any resistance or so little resistance so far, that can only be grasped historically. And unless you grasp it historically, I think you will embark on a very bizarre path, right, when it comes to policy, because you would really try to talk people out of relying on these firms, but it's almost like talking them out of relying on subprime loans that caused the financial crisis. I mean, this stuff, under an extremely rational in its details, but irrational in its broader kind of set of goals system, it makes sense. So a lot of people go for it, right? And unless you understand how exactly it makes sense, given the historical conjuncture, you are fighting a pointless battle, right? So having said all of this, I think a truly progressive project would need to wake up, both to the possibility that this digital economy might come crashing very soon, and if it does not come crashing, something else will need to give, and most likely that will be labor protection, a modicum of welfare, a modicum of social and welfare rights that we still enjoy in Europe. They'll probably have to give if we would like to keep this new digital monster in place and functional. Or it will come crashing, and if it comes crashing, then we are wasting time. Right? We're wasting time, and we should just abandon this idea that these firms will deliver prosperity, and we should just try to come up with an alternative project. Right? I'm already way over time, so I'm not going to articulate it now. Maybe we can discuss it in Q&A. Let me just point you to a very long 35-page essay I've just published a new left review called Digital Socialism with a question mark. I think it points us, or you, maybe in an interesting direction worth exploring. But overall, I think these are areas where there is just so much confusion and so much mismaking that without having a detailed historical longue durée kind of understanding of how come this industry is so powerful and how come nobody is fighting it and how come nobody has been fighting it until just the last 12 months, it's essential and fundamental. And as I've tried to make it clear, there are quite a lot of very interesting urban and city and geographical dimensions to this problem, and I hope that you, being experts in those fields, will also be able to apply your expertise to help us gain an even better perspective on this set of problems. Thank you very much, and once again, I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in person, and sorry again for my somewhat shaky, weak voice.
For Skype to go on for the round of applause. But, anyway, the final minutes. Okay. So, but you can cross your finger together because yes, I have get it. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? Can you? We cannot hear you. Try to understand if that's it.
Okay, how about now?
Okay. Oh, yes. So, just to give you some context, we just finished watching the video. There was a big round of applause, so I guess the audience enjoyed it. And for the audience, Simone here will be taking questions, so we're going directly to the Q&A. We have like half an hour, more or less, to do that. Okay?
Okay.
Simone. Okay.
I can start. Can you hear me from the microphone?
I can, but if I don't understand you because it's not very clear, maybe Marco can then summarize your question. So I will tell you if I understood it or not at the end.
Okay. So I'm Simone Tulumello here from ICS. Thanks for the talk. It opened many things. So I have two questions. One is, you've been focusing on this, on the fact that Uber, for instance, is not profitable and how it may become profitable in the future. But is it possible that what we're witnessing is a new type of capitalism where profit is not really the point anymore and power is? And so that maybe this is going to rework how capitalism concretely work. And then the other question, because, sorry, I haven't read the digital socialism paper yet, but so do you think that the infrastructure can be repurposed toward different goals?
Sure. Yes, I understood both questions quite clearly. And as you can see, I'm still struggling a bit. So with regards to Uber and whether power has overtaken profit as an indicator of success, I guess, my inclination would be to disagree with that statement, in that everything we see so far in the actions of Uber, in the actions of its backers, like SoftBank, suggests that what ultimately they are driven by is profitability. The question might still be relevant, the one you've asked, to what extent our old metrics are adequate, because an entity like SoftBank and this is something I have not actually mentioned in the video that you watched, makes its money by having a lot of bets in different, in different piles, so to say. So SoftBank actually funds also most of Uber's competitors. So to some extent, even if Uber fails, its competitors in China, its competitors in Latin America, its competitors in the Middle East, they're still going to prosper, and they're eventually going to make SoftBank rich. And this is where we really need to start looking at networks of ownership, ownership structure, where the money comes from, and so forth. And it's plausible that this temporary unprofitability of one part of the overall network does not really affect the overall operation, and might actually be necessary in order to take out smaller competitors which are not, for example, funded by SoftBank. But just one last footnote here. I think it's essential that we start looking at big funds as which have come to essentially become shareholders of most companies that are publicly traded. I mean, and there has been quite a bit of research of that in the last few years, looking at funds like BlackRock or Blackstone or Vanguard, or in this case even SoftBank, because if you try to analyze the entire network, you will see that by and large they own at least a small chunk of almost every company that is being traded, and then that I think does change quite fundamentally how we tend to think about ownership, profitability, and control, which have traditionally been the key metrics and the key lenses for understanding capitalism and for understanding, the misalignment of incentives between the managers and the proprietors and the capitalists and the workers and the consumers and so forth. On the second question of whether that infrastructure can be repurposed, I think the answer, of course, is unequivocal yes. The question, and that's the question I also sort of tackle in that long essay, is to what extent the political and intellectual project are in place to take full advantage of that infrastructure, right? I mean, that they can be repurposed for example, cooperatives. It's obvious. I mean, we already see a lot of cooperative-led Uber-like services being offered in many cities, and you can create, of course, favorable conditions for that. The question, of course, is whether it's enough. So what it is that you would be repurposing them for, and whether we have to be thinking big, or whether we have to be thinking kind of at the medium level, right? To what extent we just need to be thinking about creating alternatives to existing firms like Uber, or to what extent we need to be completely rethinking fundamentally the role that data plays in economic activity, to what extent we need new ownership models for data, to what extent we need new ownership models for artificial intelligence and socializing to some extent artificial intelligence and turning it into a public good, as I've mentioned in my talk. All of those are different questions. My fear is that the immediate tendency of many people on the left, so to say, is to go for the more pragmatic version of this, and then just to say, well, Uber works like this, we need an Uber of the public sector, we need an Uber of cooperatives, and it's good and it's needed, but it's hardly everything that can be done with those infrastructures. So what I do in that essay in New Left Review that just came out is essentially to problematize, if you will, the importance of what I call feedback infrastructure for the modern leftist project. And its importance stretches far beyond just the ability to create immediate competitors to Uber or Airbnb or anything of that kind. And that, of course, ultimately will bring us to the question of, what does it mean to be a socialist of the left? Does it just mean to, resuscitate and recover to some extent the toolbox of planning, or is there something else that can be done? Right? The traditional answer on some parts of the left has been that we need to recover the virtues of central planning, and they would go and point to Walmart, to Amazon, and they will show that these firms are essentially big planning machines. And if capitalist firms can plan, why can't public entities plan? Right, and that's also a question in which I engage, and I cannot summarize a 35-page essay here, but my answer ultimately is that there are other things other than central planning that can be done, and even when it comes to planning, there are new forms of doing it which should not tie us to the model that we inherited from 1920s, essentially. So that would be a very long answer to that question. But of course, it's very complicated, so I urge you to go and read the essay itself.
Okay. Hello, thank you so much for your presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So you have been speaking about Uber and talking about alternatives. So actually alternatives are being made with synthetic data where users are not going to be, I mean, what makes money, but simulation will make the money and you don't need users anymore. So how can you keep up with all these alternatives always emerging within technology? So yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I understood what you asked. I'm just not sure I fully understood what you meant by synthetic data. I mean, are you asking, the way I understand it is maybe you're talking about the fact that now new forms of artificial intelligence actually allow us to generate data internally inside the system, and you don't actually need user data, and that creates its own dynamic, which might invalidate a lot of arguments about data ownership. Is it what you meant by synthetic data, or you meant something else?
Yeah, it's exactly that.
Well, I mean, synthetic data might be of quite some use if you are trying to. Well, let me backtrack a little bit. So the current uses of data inside the digital economy are of two kinds. I mean, there are many, but I think two are most important. One is using that data to train various AI systems, right, to recognize objects, to essentially classify voices, faces, do all sorts of classification and classificatory exercises, which can essentially be done by machines because we have very large training sets that allow us to essentially build a predictive model and then apply it, and the machine will carry on because machine has been taught on very large data sets. But the second use of data in the digital economy is essentially linked to advertising, customization, and personalization, and it has to do with using that data to get us to buy more stuff, or watch more content, or be exposed to more and maybe more relevant advertising. And in that sense, synthetic data would not be of much help, in part because you actually need real data about people, their anxieties and fears, and you need to be able to work with real people and kind of shape them and shape their subjectivity almost in real time to make them more kind of pliable objects for the global marketing machine that operates in the shadows of the digital economy. So from that perspective, I do think that we need to be on the watch out for trends like this ability to feed artificially created data into the AI models. But we have to understand that where a lot of money still comes from has to do with our personal data. I mean, AI is very profitable if you look at it in terms of profit rates and profit margins. You know, ultimately, you build it once and then you can sell it as a service, as a commodity, essentially of sorts, to thousands of clients. And this is how cloud computing has been sold before. And this is how Amazon, for example, became so profitable. But at this point, the expenses involved in developing AI are also immense. I mean, the reason why, you know, if you look at the capital investment of big four American firms, technology firms, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and Facebook, their capital investment in 2018 was around 76 or 77 billion US dollars, and the capital investment of oil firms, four big oil firms like Exxon and Shell and a few others, was actually 71 billion. Right, so you actually had these companies which tend to think as virtual, spending 4 or 5 billion more than the oil giants on capital investment. right? And so it clearly suggests to us that not only is it an extremely physical activity with actual costs of operation related to data centers, undersea data cables, and so forth, but that the immensely profitable AI is also very expensive to build. Right? And this is where you can clearly see that the traditional arguments for socializing this infrastructure are actually quite valid. Because what's happening right now is that you have 10 largest technology firms in the world, 5 of them American and 5 of them Chinese, essentially spending $10 or $12 billion a year on training their systems to develop identical skills of recognizing photos of cats from photos of dogs and photos of traffic lights from photos of cars. Right? And any rational system would build that just once and would be able to turn it into a public good that will be shared and available to everybody. In the current system we have now, you have 10 firms replicating their efforts to build the same capacity, because if they don't, their competitors will eat them alive. So, I mean, I'm not saying anything new, but I think, again, situating these debates in the existing political economy and the political economy of competition inside the global market with the Chinese and the American firms coming head-to-head on many of these issues, I think it's a useful first step towards not getting lost in all these trends.
Hi, Adam Standring here from the New University of Lisbon. Just to focus on the urban for a second and the connection with big tech finance. One of the things that big tech and capitalism does very well is to engender competition. We see this in cities. In Lisbon here we have Web Summit, which was stolen from Dublin. We saw in the history of this all the cities competing to host this big startup event. We see now the cities are competing to create kind of advantageous regulatory environments for tech firms. What's the future there? How do we resist this? What are the alternatives to this, do you envisage?
Well, unfortunately, the only way to resist it is to have a lot of money. I mean, because ultimately it's not a competition for cultural capital as much as I would like it to be the case. It's a competition for actual capital and for investments. And the reason why it's happening is because there are no alternative funding models for cities and for many other similar public or even private ventures, right? And if you basically disconnect the functioning of these institutions from alternative funding streams, and if also you disconnect the potential pools of alternative funding from the usual way of funding them, which was through raising taxes and taxing capital and not providing all sorts of loopholes for capital to avoid that taxation, then all you can do is to compete. And I wish I could tell you that there is resistance and you can rebrand your city as a rebel city and all the problems will suddenly be solved. I don't believe it a second. And I don't believe it a second because you can call yourself a rebel city, but your debt rating will not be affected an inch, right? And so this is where I think you have to start from a very pragmatic understanding of what the problem is. And the problem has to do with finding alternative ways of funding things. And this is where, to some extent, some experiments with things like crowdfunding might not necessarily be bad. I mean, but crowdfunding in a good sense. I mean, I, for example, can easily imagine a system which somehow allows public authorities to issue bonds of some kind, but not in the usual way by going the route of Goldman Sachs and Merrill Lynch and others and issuing bonds and then taking them to the market, but relying on infrastructures, including like the blockchain, to be honest, in order to do some kind of micro bonds where citizens themselves can lend them money in order to build the infrastructure that needs to be built, and then to have that money repaid to them, essentially, on a regular basis, which is how bonds are supposed to work. And if you have to evaluate that model of infrastructure finance with a model of infrastructure finance where you really have to go and set up private-public partnerships and then to recruit big asset managers or Canadian pension funds or whoever to come and essentially lend you money to build it, but then milk and squeeze as much cash as possible from the users of the system because that's the only way to make it profitable, then maybe this crowdfunding / micro bonds via the blockchain solution does not look so bad, right? But I think we will not find any reasonable solution if we don't start from the very banal reflection that, you know, it's all about the money. And unless you find alternative ways of funding the money, and it depends on where the power of your social movement or, you know, government, if you are in power, lies. If it's a municipal one, your actions are limited. There is very little you can do about preventing tax evasion. It's just the reality of things, right? If you move one notch up to the national level, you have the ability to say something about tax evasion, but you're not going to win any favors with investors or people who have relocated to your country to get a certain status and expect that they will continue having that status, right? And if the kind of treaties that our own governments were kind of getting ready to sign a few years ago, like TTIP or TISA, would actually have been signed, then even that would have been even more difficult, because, you know, any change in your tax regime would essentially present an opportunity to international investors to take you to court and to sue you for damages because you're threatening their profits and their business model, right? So if you're really thinking about how to remove this pressure to compete, we have to understand how to create space for maneuver, right? And right now, everything that has been happening has been geared towards limiting the space for maneuver, not extending it. So understanding how you can deploy modern technologies, but also actual political power, which is much more important to extend that space of maneuver, I think is a key prerequisite to getting it right.
Thank you for your presentation. You suggested that big tech are the new trusts, like the new monopolies, and you talked about the possibility of antitrust. Traditionally or historically, antitrust legislation has been hijacked by the targets of that legislation. Would you say that the big tech companies are in a position to dominate governments in the future?
Well, we don't need to look at the future. I mean, they already dominate governments. I mean, I think we have to understand, and you can see it from the numbers and statistics of lobbyists that they employ. I mean, Google employs more lobbyists, or has employed more lobbyists over the years in Washington and Brussels than firms like Goldman Sachs. So through formal and informal means, but also through funding scholarship. I mean, I'm sorry to say that much scholarship on antitrust, privacy, and surveillance in the United States, but also increasingly in Europe, is complete junk. And it's complete junk because most of those academics take money from Google, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, and others. And everybody knows that, but what else is there to do? So a lot of people just, you know, go to conferences funded by those firms, and there is no ethical kind of compass guiding the selection. So in that sense, I think it's not just the regulators that are captured, it's also that a lot of public has been captured and a lot of academia has been captured. And right now, you know, of course, you have a somewhat different movement. You actually have a revival of kind of old Brandeisian antitrust thinking in the United States. It's not really happening. In Europe, it's happening for a different reason. In Europe, it's happening because you have big European platforms, big European industrial firms like Siemens and others, which are actually desperate to preserve some relevance in a highly globalized world against China and the United States. So they would actually like to push the European Commission to revise the treaties and to revise the provisions regulating you know, competition policy and industrial policy, which essentially has been prohibited in the last 20 years. But you know, as we have seen, the previous commission has not been quite receptive to those ideas. And correct me if I'm wrong, but even the Portuguese government has not been receptive to those ideas, criticizing the proposals of France and Germany to actually revise those competition rules. So, you know, in this sense, I think I don't expect much to happen in the next few years, but there will be a lot of court cases. But I just don't see Google or Amazon or Microsoft at this point also in the geopolitical conjuncture with the Chinese firms becoming such potent competitors of the American ones, I just don't see a real political movement, not a kind of media-friendly one, among the American elites that would really see that project to fruition. They would certainly start it. They would gain a lot of points by bashing Google and Facebook and Amazon in the in the preparations for the U.S. elections of 2020. But I really doubt that anything will happen before, and certainly even less likely after that.
Hello, thank you for your speech. I'm a member of this institute in the University of Lisbon, and my question is this. You are connecting strongly high technology with money, and I don't disagree. But I think this is more complex. So my question is this. What do you think about the ultimate role of technology for the Chinese regime? Profitably or power to control the people? Because we are assisting in our world two different trends in connecting the technology, high technology, industry, and political regimes. You have in the United States that you are thinking the connection between profitability or capitalism, democracy or populism, democracy, and in the Chinese regime, I'm not sure that the ultimate goal is profitability. You must think, think in the nuclear power in the North Korea, for instance. This kind of force to control the people. So the role of technology is linked to it, money, of course, in this moment, but in the future, the trend can be different. So what do you think?
Well, I mean, I do not see your comments as somehow contradicting mine, to be honest. Even if you stick to the example of China, I mean, virtually the only reason why China is in the news for the last 3 months on a daily basis is because there is a very big fight about the United States and China related to the future of Chinese technology companies. And it has, in my opinion, nothing to do with Trump's concerns about the rights of dissidents in China. It has everything to do with Trump's concerns that Chinese companies are going to eat America's lunch and essentially become the leaders of many industries related to 5G all over the globe, leading the US economy to decline, right? But it does not mean that there are no ways in which these technologies can or cannot be used by various governments, some of them authoritarian, some of them formerly non-authoritarian, that would somehow benefit from them. But these governments benefit from many other things and many other aspects of capitalism, not just those related to technology. You can look at how they benefit from, the credit system and the fact that a lot of Chinese people can get loans and then essentially move from villages to cities. I mean, that's also a part of, you can say, of urbanization process, but it's a part of urbanization process that is very tightly connected to the availability of funds and loans and essentially debt instruments which can allow that, right? But it's not, it does not necessarily and should not lead us to any definitive ontological reflection on the status of technology as being all just about money. I never meant to say that, but what I was trying to communicate in my talk is that the traditional narrative that we hear about technology pays very little attention to the embeddedness of these firms in the networks of global capitalism. And the Chinese firms are as embedded in it, by the way, as the American ones. You can, of course, argue that, in China you get massive public subsidies that go back to, that allow these firms to become what they are, and this is true, but so is the case in America. You know, it's not just a matter of the Cold War being the instrument through which tons of public money was funneled from the Defense Department to venture capitalists and technology firms. But even now, if you go and study how America's system of tenders works, how various rules through which government agencies are allowed to purchase technology are structured, you will see that there is a heavy bias towards preferencing American technology inside those rules. And this is how, through the back door, the American government exercises its power, but at the same time, it exercises its power to essentially monitor the activities of people, not just in America, but globally. I mean, the entire revelations of Edward Snowden and earlier of Julian Assange have suggested to us, with tons of evidence, that all the accusations, without much evidence, that Washington is currently throwing at Beijing, we actually have documentary evidence that Washington has committed all of them. That they have penetrated the cell phone of Angela Merkel, that they have been spying on other leaders, that they have been using these systems for monitoring, surveillance, and control, and all of that is true. And the story, of course, of the current conjuncture, if you will, of the contemporary moment, has to be a story of military power and control, and not just a story of control through, you know, embeddedness and financial networks or networks of debt, or, you know, some kind of the crisis of the mode of accumulation. I never meant to communicate that heavily economistic story, and I'm more than happy to talk about the ways in which technology is used by power to exercise its, you know, to extend itself and to sustain itself. I think those are two narratives that we need to lead in parallel if we really want to understand what's happening now. If we really want to understand the way in which technology firms act, which is a much narrower question, you'd be far better off just by situating them in a normal environment of you know, the capitalist competition. And, you know, if that's what I was trying to explain, which I think it was, then I think it justifies the lack of focus on the mechanisms of power and control. We just need to understand what it is you're trying to explain.
Okay, last two questions.
So, good evening, and first of all, thank you very much for taking the time to do the video for us and to be with us online. My name is Olivia Bina. I joined the team that organized the conference, and one reflection bar question based on what you've been discussing with us, and also what we've been discussing a little bit before this session, which raised a couple of, well, amongst the many, a couple of themes that underlie part of your argumentation. I think the combination of the need for efficiency that has been growing as the whole project of modernization and the kind of economies that we all inhabit today require, so higher and higher levels of efficiency, meaning including speed on the one hand. And the other keyword that has come up a lot is convenience. And of course, we strive and we search for more and more convenience because we need to be more and more. To a certain extent, the two go together very well. And all these services that are being provided by these four big platforms, at least within the, let's say, the Western part of the world, are gaining our attention automatically because we are so desperate for convenience, right? So I'm wondering whether you're sort of, the combination of your talk with the previous talks is sort of pointing to the, what can we do to actually detach ourselves from this need for convenience, which doesn't allow us to contribute to alternatives, to think of alternatives. And yes, cities are the place where, at least the story goes, are the density and the diversity and the richness of the population and the activities that go with cities and city life. This is where, in theory, the alternatives should come up. But if we're all running after the same god of efficiency and convenience, we may be losing that opportunity, I guess. Thanks.
Should I answer or we take the second question?
It was a long one, so the last one.
Okay. Well, I have a somewhat different perspective on this, in that, I do not necessarily view convenience and efficiency as somehow inappropriate normative goals or aspirations.